Hello, everyone. Good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you all here on behalf of the British Council, of course, to the International Policy Forum on the Creative Industries. We have diplomats, we have academics, journalists, policymakers, analysts gathered here in the audience today, both from Turkey and from wider Europe. It is a pleasure to be your Master of Ceremonies for today. I'm Elif Bereketli. I'm an arts and culture journalist based here in Istanbul. Now, as you know, the world is facing a crisis upon a crisis, perhaps like never before. The pandemic turning our lives upside down, wars sending shockwaves around the globe, and of course, the human tragedy that follows it. Climate crisis looming upon us, rising inflation everywhere in the world, and extreme poverty, hunger, famine. It is a consequential moment for the international community. But allow me to assert that the creative industries, the creative economies matter more than ever today. Because today, it is today that we need a greater sense of unity and the sense that we're following a common path. We have a common purpose. Creative industries are critical to a shared sense of identity. They ensure sustainable and actual development of societies, countries. They create jobs, particularly for younger people, and they strengthen social cohesion. And it is the creative industries that make it possible for a lot of people to make their voices heard, isn't it? However, as some countries see a rapid growth in the creative economies, in some countries, the potential of creative industries is untapped, relatively untapped. The key aim of this forum, indeed, is to promote, to support the growth of the creative economy in wider Europe. Now, are there no challenges? Of course, there are challenges indeed. The challenges are multifold. How do we interpret the definition of funding, of research and development? How do we prioritize data collection about self-employed people and the informal economy? What should the focus of social impact finance initiatives be? We'll be discussing all these and more throughout the day today. So please take today as a call from British Council as a rethinking of many areas in the creative industries. And of course, we're not only going to be talking, we're hoping that it'll be a day for all of you full of networking, for possible collaborations. Speaking of which, I'd like you to start networking right now, right here. Yes, why don't you introduce yourself to the person sitting next to you? I mean, to your left, to your right, who's the closest to you? I know many of you know each other already, but let's try to give it a meaning. You can ask them where they're coming from, because they're people from 18 countries in the audience today. You can speak to the person sitting on your back or your front. Awesome. Okay, why don't we continue this during the coffee break? I already see a lot of you made new acquaintances. That's the spirit of the day. That's what we want you to do all day, because that is the first step for any great collaboration, isn't it? Now, a brief info about today. We're going to have 4 sessions, 2 coffee breaks, lunch, a networking cocktail, and an exciting musical performance. Can't wait for it. we really want to have everyone's contribution today. So we have a system whereby you can ask questions to speakers on slido.com via entering this code. It might appear behind me. If not, it's hashtag 2618117. I know no one took a note of that, so it will definitely come up on the screens as the, yep, there you go. So if you follow this, you will be able to ask questions to our speakers. And as you hear speakers along the day, I would like to kindly ask you not to hold any questions that comes to your mind, because all of them will be appreciated. There are no unnecessary questions today, I promise you that. So please do share your questions and your comments online as well. Please join the conversation on Twitter and LinkedIn using the hashtags the forum British Council provided us with. Hashtag CI Policy Forum 22, hashtag YE Politika Forumu 22. Now, I want to once again extend my very warm welcome wishes to you all here at Sky Lounge in Istanbul Zorlu Performing Arts Center and live at the British Council Turkey's YouTube channel, watching us from wherever they are. They're all welcome. Now, I hope you all have a fruitful day and make the most of the hopefully stimulating conversations we have here, and do a lot of networking and perhaps pave the way to great collaborations. Now, without further ado, let me leave the floor to Jill Caldecott, Director of British Council Turkey, to deliver her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Elif. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the British Council, I'd like to welcome you all to the forum, International Policy Forum on Creative Industries, which, of course, as the British Council, we are very proud to host. I think I've said to some of you, I'm very new to Turkey. This is my very first public event as Director of the British Council, and I'm delighted that the focus is on creative economy, as this has been an interest of mine in former roles when I was in Portugal, in India, and in Sri Lanka. So it's a great pleasure, and really a great pleasure, that to be involved in this event. Since my arrival just a few weeks ago, I have heard how the support for the creative industries is an increasingly important agenda for the national, regional and municipal government, and also to international donors operating here. The fact that you have joined us here today, I know, means that you are already convinced of the central role it plays in releasing and endorsing the creativity of individuals, that it strengthens institutions, and that it contributes to economic growth. I'm going to just quote now from an interview with Hassan Bakshi, which was published in Dunya newspaper just 2 days ago. We can think of the creative economy as made up of the creative industries as well as other sectors that deploy creative talent for commercial purposes. For example, the OECD estimates that 61% of creative and cultural employment in Turkey is in cultural and creative jobs outside the cultural and creative sector, higher than the OECD average of 43%. And this suggests that the economic stakes are higher than the interests of any one set of industries. So that was a quote directly from Hassan Bakshi, who unfortunately has not been able to join us at this forum. It is clear that creativity and creative skills are a vital part of the future workforce of Turkey across the spectrum of industry and commercial sectors of the economy, in addition to the creative sectors themselves. And this will be key to how Turkey is represented and has impact on the international stage. And so we're pleased and honoured to host so many of you here today, both from Turkey and our delegates from around the wider Europe region. The creative economy, of course, is a global agenda, and today's event is in partnership with the International Council of the UK's Policy and Evidence Centre, known as PEC, led by Nesta, the UK's Innovation Agency for Social Good. Welcome. A little bit about British Council Creative Industries work. In Turkey, we have been working extensively in the creative economy for around the last 10 years, and it's been a rich area of collaboration with the UK. Through our Creative Enterprise programme, we have supported around 2,000 creative entrepreneurs in 7 cities across Turkey with developing their creative business skills. We have worked with over 40 creative hubs across the country, providing their leaders with international networking, and in 2017 worked with Atelier to map Istanbul's creative hubs. Our other creative economy programmes have explored the need for collaboration between the arts and the technology sectors, and have increasingly put an emphasis on the role of effective policy making to support the creative industries. And looking forward, we are working with partners from the UK and Turkey in the screen industries, and we anticipate some exciting opportunities to be announced soon. So please do watch this space. Now, thank you all once again for your collaboration, to our PEC delegation, who represents 17 countries from around the world, and wishing us all, a warm welcome to Turkey. I know you have an inspiring day ahead of you at the forum, and if we haven't met already, I hope to meet you. Please do come up and say hello. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Caldicott, for your words and putting an emphasis on the importance of effective policy making. Indeed, this is what we're hoping we'll be contributing to today here in this forum. Now, I want to turn to Claire de Breclier, Director of Arts, Wider Europe at the British Council. Please welcome to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Claire, and as Elif has said, I focus on our work in wider Europe. And as Elif has also said, these are really difficult times in the world, and we feel it very acutely in our region at the moment. But I remain more convinced than ever that the creative economy is integral to how we move to a more progressive and equitable world. And the reason this is so important to us at the British Council is that the creative economy, in essence, is about cultural relations. It's about culture, it's about self-expression, and it's indeed about how all countries tell stories about themselves and represent themselves and connect internationally. And I'm really passionate about how we tell that story about the creative economy in wider Europe. It's growing, and I'm really passionate about how we present those different narratives and open up opportunities for international collaboration and for business and for trade. In my time as Regional Arts Director, I've seen these developments firsthand. On the government side, the establishment of Creative Georgia, the Creative Industries Federation in Azerbaijan, the Creative Industries Development Office in Kazakhstan. On the sector side, the incredible growth of the gaming sector in Turkey and in the Western Balkans, Ukraine developing as a center of digital talent internationally, interest in the music scene in the South Caucasus, and very recently the announcement of Uzbekistan as the next host of the Creative Economy World Conference in 2024. So there's a lot happening, and we're really looking forward to telling you those stories today. As has already been said, we're really honored to have our delegation from across wider Europe with us and the PEC International Council. And it's really important for us today to have representatives here from Ukraine. And I want to know that your voices are heard very loudly here. I wanted to also say an enormous thank you to my colleagues, particularly Cansu Ataman and Angela Yasheva, who have been working tirelessly to organize the event today. Huge thank you to you and to everyone who's been involved. And I know that through the conversations today, you will all have your own personal reflections. And I really ask you to think about what it is in your role in terms of supporting the creative sector in future, whether that be in government, whether that be as an entrepreneur, as a researcher, and I hope today gives you new ideas and the chance to make and commit to new plans. I think, we will have a great day ahead of us, and as we know, the best learning often goes on this side, so really make the most of those conversations and that networking. We now know how precious face-to-face time is, I think, and we're so pleased to have you all here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Deborah Clear, for your words. I think we all can't wait to hear the experience coming from all wider across Europe, all regions. It'll be very interesting throughout the day to hear what they are doing in their cultural contexts. Now, to talk us through the British Council's Future Creative Economy program, I'd like to invite Rehana Mughal to the stage. She is the Global Creative Economy Director at the British Council.
Thank you very much, Elif. At the British Council, we're in the business of cultural relations. And as the world's leading cultural relations organisation, we have a critical part to play in the pressing debates of the day. We strive to create space, particularly for those with underrepresented views, to share their experiences, barriers, challenges and opportunities. We work hard to encourage knowledge sharing and dialogue between people who may be working in different environments or difficult contexts. And we can only develop programs of relevance to people across all cultures through direct interaction, reflection, and robust research. As Director of the Global Creative Economy Programme at the British Council, I lead our team in London and across our global network in 30 countries to deliver our work. The British Council is uniquely placed to draw on international perspectives and trends that are emerging in very different contexts, whether that's in Iraq, here in Turkey, Mexico, China, or Nigeria. We work with partners, and the PEC and International Council, who are all here today, play a key role in helping to stretch our ideas and to test our assumptions. And I'm delighted that you will have the opportunity to meet with the PEC Council and the members here today. The work we do around the world in creative economy starts with deep listening and research. Our research offers the evidence people need to grow their creative economies, and we are seeing more countries around the world who recognise the social, economic and political significance of the creative economy. An increasing number of countries around the world now have a ministry or agency with overall responsibility for the creative economy. And we are seeing an increase in the number of countries who want to develop their creative economies and their strategies and their policies to encourage the growth of a thriving creative economy that is inclusive, conscious of climate responsibilities, and is purpose-driven. I believe every person should have access to a diversity of creative stimulus, and our work in the creative economy aims to support networks and collaboration for long-term impact and greater international understanding. By working with policymakers, we support their work at a strategic level to ensure conditions for the creative individuals and organisations can grow. And for today's international conference at the meeting point of Europe and Asia, it plays a very important part in shaping our ideas and our direction. And I thank you all for being part of the conversation and helping to take this work forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rehana, for these words. Now, dear audience, this forum is based on the work by the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Center International Council, which resulted in the publication recommending 11 key actions titled A Global Agenda for the Cultural and Creative Industries. Now, to tell us about these 11 actions and to talk us through this agenda, I'd like to invite the chair of this council, the PEC, John Newbigin, to the stage. Sir, the floor is yours.
Elif, thank you, and good morning, everybody. I chair the PEC International Council, and that's a group of 15 or 16 people drawn from all over the world. And our job is really to discuss and reflect on some of the big global issues of our time and how they impact on the creative sector, and what's the contribution of the creative sector in resolving some of those issues. And of course, in our discussions over the last year or two, because of the COVID pandemic, we've been thinking, what should we be doing? What are the kind of proposals that policies around the world, both national and international, should be adopting to reset the global economy? And as Elif has just said, we drew up an agenda of 11 points. 11 points that cover issues such as education and skills, the needs of people working in the informal economy in a very, very atomized and fragmented sector, the needs for city, regional and cluster policies, the needs for inclusion and diversity in the kind of economy that we build, the need for data protection, the need for international standards and so on. And as we developed these 11 points, we found that they matched very closely onto the Sustainable Development Goals, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And each one of these 11 points mapped on to at least 3 and sometimes 4 or 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Because, of course, the point about the creative economy, the value of the creative economy, is not just that it's growing and one of the fastest growing sectors in the world, but it's a way of growing an economy that is sustainable environmentally and is also sustainable socially, because it's inclusive, it's diverse, it celebrates our cultural distinctiveness, it draws in people who otherwise might not have access to profitable and fulfilling work of one kind and another. And as we thought about those 11 points, and we were planning to have a meeting of the Council here in Istanbul, and we've been doing that for the last 2 days, we talked with the British Council, who sponsors the work of the International Council, to say, let's have a policy forum to draw out from these 11 points. So the discussion today is not structured around our agenda of the 11 points, but if you want to read those, they're available on the PEC website, or they will be very shortly. They're in English, they're about to be put up on the PEC website in Turkish. But what we have done is structure the discussions of this morning to try and reflect those 11 themes. So all the members of the Council who are here, unfortunately not every member's been able to attend our meeting, but during the course of this morning you'll be hearing from all the members of the International Council on the themes that we drew up in that 11-point agenda. And then this afternoon we'll be reflecting on some case studies from this wider Europe region that have carried through some of those policy ideas and some of those policy values into action. So what's going to happen next is members of the Council coming and presenting, not on the structure of the 11-point agenda, but in themes that are built around that. But as I say, if you are interested in reading the 11-point agenda, it will be available on the PEC site very soon. And again, our purpose is to think about how we reset the global economy post-COVID pandemic, not just to get back to the old normal, but to create a new normal, which is an economy which is more sustainable, more just, and which has growth that benefits whole populations, the kind of issues that we need to address if we're going to have a planet that is environmentally sustainable and is also a planet where more people are able to enjoy a just and equitable living than they have been in the past. So we're going to move into the sessions now, and you'll be hearing from my fellow members, and I look forward to talking with you during the questions and discussions that we have later in the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newbigin, for introducing us to this agenda. Just like he pointed out, you can go to the PEC's website and read these 11 key action points. Although our program today is not strictly based on them, it will give you an idea about how we're structuring things today. Just like John said, we will work on the case studies in the afternoon, and we'll be definitely taking these 11 action points into consideration. Now, we're moving on into the sessions, and for our first session, titled Recognizing Creative Skills, Entrepreneurship, and informal livelihoods, I'd like to invite our valuable speakers to the stage one by one. Eliza Easton, Head of Policy Unit, Policy and Evidence Centre from the UK. Eliza will be moderating this session. Now, Leandro Vagliati, lecturer, researcher, and program director in Cultural and Creative Industries, Institute of Cultural Practices, the University of Manchester. Welcome.
I'm going there.
Avril Joff, Head of Cultural Policy and Management Department with School of Arts, University of Witwatersrand. Welcome. Omar Nagati, architect, urban planner, and co-founder of Cluster. Omar. Jairaj Mashru, innovation executive at Salesforce.com. Daniar Amaniliev, co-founder and CEO, Olola Co-working Spaces, chair of Kyrgyzstan's Creative Industries Association.
Here.
Now, again, as I said, we have this system, slido.com, so please do not forget to enter your questions as we go during the session. Here you go. This is your guide. You can follow the QR or else you can use the hashtag in the code. So we're going to be using these questions in the moderated Q&A sessions. They're all very welcome. And, well, I'm so curious to hear in this session, which will set the tone for the day, hopefully, with a big applause from the audience. Let's kick off the day.
Good morning. My name's Eliza, and I'm the Deputy Director working on policy at the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre, which, as you heard, is a unique UK-based centre working on research on the creative industries. But we're lucky enough to work with the British Council on this amazing international council, uniquely bringing together voices from all over the world to discuss the future of creative industries policy, but also how, as John said, creative industries can help to solve so many of the world's most significant issues. Today, I'm lucky enough to be talking about creativity and the future of the workforce. It's one of the areas that have really been raised in our agenda, and I hope sets an exciting tone for the morning ahead. So, this is quite bright orange. I hope it's not glary. I hope you've had your coffee this morning. So there is a huge opportunity for us who work in the creative industries. All over the world, creative jobs are growing. Now, I said I work for a research centre, so get ready for a very researcher slide. But here is some research which we did. It's based on one of the most significant studies on the future of work, which was led by Pearson and Nesta, the Innovation Foundation, which is where the Policy and Evidence Centre came from. And it looked at all the jobs across the economy and which jobs are likely to grow in the future, using a combination of machine learning, expert advice, and existing trends in the workforce. And what we found is that creative jobs are really the jobs of the future. Right across the world, these are the jobs which are most likely to grow in number. But more than that, we started to identify this sort of special source, which is where jobs are most likely to grow. Almost all creative jobs are likely to grow, but those which involve what we called createch skills, a combination of creative and digital skills, were amongst the very most likely to grow right across the economy. 3 key findings. So, number 1, not all digital skills will be equally important in the future. I know that for the UK government and for other governments, this can be a bit of a shock. We talk about digital skills all the time. Digital skills are the focus. But in fact, when you're thinking about the jobs which are most likely to be automated, done by robots, actually those are the jobs which are very, very, very digital already. They're one step away from automation. The jobs which are most likely to grow involve this special mixture, which is both creative and digital together. And so we find not digital, but creativity is consistently the most significant predictor of an occupation's growth prospects. And as I said, it's the skills that lie at the nexus of creativity and digital that are most associated with roles that are likely to grow in the workforce. This is why the global agenda that we set out isn't just important for people who work in the creative industries now, but for all the people who will join the sector in the future. Another slide, which I apologize for, but this shows something different. So when we were thinking about creative and digital skills, we thought, okay, that's the special sauce for jobs of the future, perhaps. What else needs to be in there? Now, any creatives in this room will know that someone can have great digital skills, great creative skills, but unless they have, right here at the bottom, organizational skills and project management, they're unlikely to be able to make those skills really work for them. And so I would throw that in as well. Later, we'll hear more about freelancers and especially the informal economy. These people really need to manage things like organizational skills and project management to make their livelihoods work. So these, in our research, were what we found were, in job adverts, out today, the top 20 Createch skills. When I show this slide, I always say our research should be sponsored by Adobe, because Adobe is the software company which is making a lot of the programs used by creatives. But when job adverts asked for Adobe Photoshop, they're not just asking for someone who knows how to use practically Adobe Photoshop. Implicitly, they are asking for creative skills. And again, I would say these are the skills of the future. And the jobs of the future. So these are jobs that we see are really likely to globally grow, especially in our research based in the UK and US, but across the world. Graphic designers, photographers, audiovisual, broadcasting, artists, arts officers, producers, directors, and designers. We're seeing these both as skills in other jobs and jobs likely to grow in and of themselves. But we have some problems facing the creative industries. Creative industries jobs, it's not just a sunny story, despite how sunny this slide's color looks today. There are several issues which some of my colleagues are going to bring out in greater detail. The first, freelancers. So this is a bit of a scary slide for me, and the reason is because what it shows is what happened in the UK to freelancers during the COVID-19 pandemic. So freelancers are about a third of the UK's creative industries, and I find that in many countries around the world it's a similar level. I believe it's very similar in Turkey as well. And what you see is where that line is, a huge drop in working hours during the pandemic for freelancers. But unlike other roles in the UK, this wasn't something which was visible to policymakers. Whilst policymakers could see people who were becoming unemployed, freelancers were a little bit invisible. And the fact that globally, I don't know a single government who has policies that work for freelancers as well as they work for people who are full-time employed really makes me nervous for the individual rights and opportunities of anyone working in the creative industries. This is the other risk. It's not just the UK education system, although of course that's where I come from and so I'm using it as an example. But across the world, education systems at every level are struggling to work out what to do with creative skills, creative jobs. In many countries, including in the UK, there's a chasm between arts and creative subjects and science, technology, engineering, mathematics. You're told to pick subjects in, especially from 16 onwards in the UK, one way or the other, when everything we know about future jobs is we need people who can do both. I was someone who loved maths and arts, and at 16 I was put in exactly that position, told to pick one or the other that there were not universities which were looking for the type of skills that I was interested in pursuing. And I know Leandro will pick up on that later. So I'm actually going to pass over to Leandro now to talk a little bit more about some of the things the agenda speaks on universities in particular. But I'd just like to leave you with this point. I believe we need policy systems globally at every level which recognise the specific needs of the creative industries and understand their true future potential. These are jobs of the future, jobs which will be needed more and more around the world, exciting skills, but they can be vulnerable jobs, and they can also be jobs that we struggle to train people for, to skill them for properly. So I can't wait to talk about all of your different experiences, to speak a little bit more with the council members. I know you're sending in questions on Slido, so please send in questions whenever you have them. And now I'm going to pass over to my colleague Leandro to pick up where I've left off.
Thank you, Eliza. I just don't know if I can get the PowerPoint control. Yeah. Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Eliza, for the 2 minutes left for me. And again, I live in the UK, but I have Brazilian roots, so sometimes I need 10 minutes only to say my name and what I'm thinking and doing here. So I will start by my last slides. I will do some disruption here. I'm doing the right thing?
You ruined the system.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, this is my last slide. Again, well, I will get there. Okay. Again, as I said, I'm a professor at a university, and I'm originally a professor in economics. But I was professor in economics in Brazil and France, and moved to the UK to a arts and culture school. And this was absolutely disruptive to me. And first thing I did was to write this quote outside my door in the office at the university. This quote is from John Ruskin. John Ruskin did this speech in Manchester in the absolutely effervescent moment of the Industrial Revolution, in which he says, for the perfect economist, you need to have in the right hand food and flax for life and clothing, but in the left hand, purple and needlework for honor and beauty. I think that this is absolutely symbolic, because the world is facing now one of the biggest transformations in terms of the social and economic ways of producing and consuming. And I think that it's absolutely relevant for the universities to think about how to produce a real interdisciplinary approach for the creative and cultural industries. And in my perspective, I'm sorry, I'm running out of stuff here. Can I get some help? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. In my perspective, I think that the role of the university in this scenario brought by Eliza is basically to train, to form active leaders in the socio-economic ecosystem of CCIs. And I'm referring to managers, policymakers, and individual entrepreneurs. And in my perspective also, it's important to have a clear definition of which sectors you are choosing to represent your specific approach for creative industries. Usually, you have some relevant elements bringing what Ruskin called food and flax. Again, high impact in GDP, high impact in number of jobs created by these sectors, but you also need to contemplate purple and needlework, beauty, honor how culture and arts can play an important role in the decisions in the policy level who will shape the new cycle of our society, economic and social partners of production and consumption. I think that this moment is critical as was the 2 or 3 previous industrial revolutions. And on top of that, we have a pandemic, we have war, we have a big package of disruption. And creative industries are, in my perception, an important way to, is an important set of sectors that could have an important role in this transformation. And again, the university is a very particular place. Sometimes we are producing a lot of important knowledge, but by definition, we don't know very well, especially in the humanities, how to deliver applied knowledge, how to deliver techniques, how to deliver particularly knowledge exchange between university, between applied research, academic, more broad research, and also practical transformations. These different groups, they are living in different paces. We have a pace of the innovation in the markets. You have another pace of innovation policy. And a third different rhythm in how the ideas are flowing in the university. So what we are basically, in my perspective of creating programs in creative and cultural industries, I'm not advertising our program in Manchester. I'm just bringing here much more doubts and concerns about how to do something meaningful. And I think that basically we need 3 main strengths or capacities or abilities to be provided by a good program in creative and cultural industries. One of them is to understand properly what and how are the, the context of the policy, environment, and ecosystem for culture, for arts, for development. As Johanna said before, different governments are thinking in programs and also in organizations and in institutions dedicated to promote development through creative and cultural industries. But there is a history behind this. But also, we have the present context in which we need to repair the damage caused by the pandemic for the cultural and creative sectors, but we also need to think about the future. We will never get back to 2019, I'm sure, and we need to prepare the sector to a new cycle of different partners of production and consumption. I think that this is one of the first and important axes in creating a good professional emerging from the university system in creative and cultural industries. The second one is capacity of what I call here an enhanced evidence-based decision-making. And it is related to data analysis, data visualization. I think that's important to provide skills in comprehension of the reality. And there are many efforts worldwide on producing data for creative industries and using these packages of data to inform public policies, private policies, and also ONGs' strategies. And the third strand, and I think that is one of the most critical ones, I think is related to how to understand the impact of the current innovation process in different industries, part of the creative and cultural industries ecosystem. And I really like an economist called Schumpeter, and Schumpeter wrote a fascinating theory on innovation. And I think that I'm trying to produce some prototype of these different innovations and how it can be spread in different fields of creative and cultural industries. And we are living a lot of innovations now. In the productive process, we have product innovations. We have also market techniques innovations. We are living an accelerated process of transformation. And I think that if the university can deliver minds, professionals capable of delivering this sort of analysis and intervention in the real life, I think that the university can give some good contribution for the creative and cultural industries ecosystem, in policy, in planning, in practical interventions. And I think that this is something essential in the current moment, especially because even the role of the university in our lives is basically in discussion now. We have to think of how these new generations will be benefited by being in a place as a university. So these are just some reflections. I don't have any more my catchy final quotation for Ruskin. I did this in the beginning, but thank you so much, and we will keep in touch today.
Am I going next? Great.
My
I don't
time
have
just
any
finished.
slides, and I don't have...
You have the first slide of my presentation.
Yes, I do. But I mean, that's just to talk a little bit about why we discussed about innovation and entrepreneurship as a group. Happy to pull that up.
Switch my presentation.
It's a great segue, actually, what Leandro was just talking about, the gaps that universities can fill in terms of skills, and the gaps that remain between academic research and applied research. I think it's ultimately the role of the entrepreneur to fill those gaps. And that's kind of why we really talked so much about the importance of entrepreneurs in this ecosystem. And fundamentally, I do believe that the entrepreneurs of the creative ecosystem are actually the keystone. You can have all the policies and the infrastructure and talent, but without the entrepreneur willing to take the risk, you will not have the rest of the ecosystem thriving. And with the entrepreneur comes the ability to bridge gaps in both supply and demand, but the onus of innovation to take risky experiments, to find those new ways of reaching the market or inventing new products and services, even breaking the silos and barriers between the different creative sectors, right? Combining different things to make something new happen. Inventing new business models to try and reach new markets. A great example, lots of great examples have come out in the pandemic for how entrepreneurship in the creative economy has helped for the CCIs to really survive this pandemic. Otherwise, when everything was closed, we were immediately afraid, theaters and museums and all those places will go away, so will those jobs. But that didn't happen, because innovation and entrepreneurship made sure that there was a different way to reach the market. They all went digital. They all tried to do things by bringing those experiences to the house, where we can sit in our own homes with safety and comfort and really kind of experience the same museum virtually that we couldn't go to physically. So there is a role for entrepreneurship. And while entrepreneurs, I know, as every time I speak to a creative entrepreneur, or even just a straight up technology startup, they all have so many expectations from government in terms of policy making, investment and promotion schemes, subsidies, all sorts of expectations, and they are right to expect those. But it is not in my opinion, for the entrepreneur to wait for those things to appear. I think the entrepreneur is in the unique place to take the first move and to move fast, fail fast, to show the government what is not going to work, so that the public resources are invested in what is going to work, what is needed. And that power of experimentation is what entrepreneurship is really, in my opinion, innovation and entrepreneurship in the CCI should be focused on. It should be focused on challenging the status quo, going beyond what is possible today by being more collaborative, especially between the different creative sectors, to introduce digital where it makes sense, not just to digitize everything because that's the 21st century life that we live in, but to digitize what does make sense and to preserve the handmade and the offline, the physical, where there is a value add for that. These kinds of hybrid ways of working, hybrid ways of delivering creative and cultural services and products is, I think, where the focus of innovation and entrepreneurship should be, where the focus of government incentives for policies should be. And lastly, of course, I don't want to take too much time. I know Danny has a wonderful story to share with us, and I want to give a few minutes back to you from mine. But I would say, yes, there is a role for the government to recognize the codependency. If a society or a country or a market wants to develop its creative and cultural economies, policymakers and entrepreneurs are going to have to respect each other, play their roles as needed in the local context, where jobs creation, for example, might be a shared responsibility between governments and entrepreneurs, and they may have to play slightly different roles in making it happen. There's a lot of room for private players to come with investments to accelerate that as well. But who can go first? I think it's in the nature of entrepreneurship to take the first risk, and therefore, places like universities that are now quickly arts colleges that are also catching on to the startup accelerator incubator kind of model. There are lots of these examples coming around the world where you can go from the classroom to an R&D lab, into an incubator, and into the market in a very seamless kind of way. And we need to see more of that, which is going to require all these different actors of the ecosystem to talk to each other, to coordinate and be more cohesive and inclusive in how they approach the opportunity to fuel CCI with more innovation and entrepreneurship. I'll pause here for now. Happy to take more questions later. But Danny, you have 5 more minutes to talk us through an amazing example of what you've been able to do in your own country.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. So I'll talk about my country, Kyrgyzstan, but I think it's an interesting case for the Global South. When we talk with my colleagues, I always ask them to distinguish the tools and methods that worked maybe for the Global North, but they might not work in the Global South, because Global South is a bit different. As you know, Global South is 3/4 of the world population, but it's only 1/5 of the world's GDP. So again, 75% of people, 20% of the world GDP. So the inequality is huge, and there is a reason for that, because Global South is institutionally a bit different. First of all, usually for many countries in the Global South, it's common to have huge and very conservative, old-fashioned bureaucracy that is not trying to develop, is more trying to save the status quo. And that's, of course, not very good for creative industries. Second, usually Global South economies, they have extractive or they have industrial economies. The structure of economy is a bit different. It's less service-oriented, it's less knowledge-oriented, creative industries-oriented. Three, Global South usually has lower civic engagement, and in our International Advisory Council, I'm the only person from the post-Soviet countries, and maybe that's why colleagues, you don't know, but the words policy and politics in Russian are the same word. So it means usually that once someone is trying to promote some policy, people think he's going to politics. And that's something that keeps many people away from trying to promote policies. And fourth, usually in the Global South, we don't have data. We don't have reliable stats. And so it's very difficult to map. It's very difficult to measure the impact of creative economy. In my country, they once tried to do it, and they figured out that the creative economy is less than 1% of the GDP of the country. I'm sure it's more, but the biggest part of creative economy is the informal sector. Like my colleagues have researched, more than 60% of economies are informal sectors, especially in the creative industries, everywhere in the Global South. And number 5, the good side of Global South is that I think because of all difficulties, the entrepreneurs in Global South are more resilient. They are more innovative. They try to make experiments. They have to. And myself, I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm happy to talk about entrepreneurship. And in Kyrgyzstan, which is a small country, 7 million population, starting from the next year, as plans, we will have maybe the most favorable tax regime for all creative industries in the world. And this happens because, by the way, British Council was so active in Central Asia, and we all learned about creative economy from there. 5 years ago, I didn't know that creative economy term existed. Now, in our region, everyone is talking about creative economy because we all see that creative economy has potential to speed up development. And like you will see my colleague Edna, who was heading the UNCTAD's group that was creating creative economy report for the world in 2008 and 10. And Edna shared with me that the initial idea was to help developing countries to speed up. That was the message. So sometimes in my country and in Global South, I hear the people say that creative economy is about rich countries. Let them play this YouTube, Instagram, and all that. We are going to extract. Agriculture is important, all that. But no, creative economy is more meaningful, more important for Global South than for Global North, because we need to catch up. So in my country, we were able to promote this because the association that we created, Association of Creative Industries, was able to lobby a new law on Creative Industries Park, which is a special tax regime, as I said. I will talk about it. And the law is already signed, and we are working on the bylaws. So we are very close to launching this thing. And why it's extremely important is because, we know this diffusion of innovation curve that Everett Rogers drew 50 years ago. And he was saying that every nation has this 2.5% of people who are innovators. They take risks. They want to experiment. They don't want to do old-fashioned things. They want to try their own way. And these people are crucial for, to create innovations. We understand that in today's world, you want to have rich country, you need more innovators. But innovators, they need early adopters, people who are kind enough to give feedback, to help to adopt new technologies, who like new technologies. And the problem with Global South is that usually these innovators and early adopters are moving outside of the country. They leave with our countries, they go to the Global North, then they create innovations there, then Global South imports those innovations. And of course, with this loop, Global South will always stay very poor, and it will never catch up if we don't solve this problem. So we need to create the special conditions. My own business, Ololo, is a group of co-working spaces and co-living spaces. So we create these creative hubs where we do a lot of events, and we are now involving more than 1,000 individuals, creative individuals, who work and live in our premises. And it's more than 27,000 square meters. And I think all Global North should focus on creating creative hubs. This is very, very important because we need to create these safe spaces for innovators and early adopters. And once you have this, you can build cooperation, you can build collaboration that Jai was talking about between these creative entrepreneurs. And when they get together, when they realize they should not compete, maybe they are competing with someone, but at the same time they can cooperate, they can collaborate, and they can be clients to each other, then magic can happen. So in our case, we invented this thing that we call Creative Industries Park. We called it so not because park means a certain place, but because we have this case of High Tech Park, which is a special tax regime for all IT companies. And it exists in my country for more than 10 years. And High Tech Park is considered as a very, very successful project where the government, provided almost zero taxation for all IT companies that are exporting. And the IT companies are growing very, very fast. And so we understood that if we use the same name and we say, let's do the same thing, but for all creative industries, it will be easier if we call it a park. But this is not a place. You register in this special organization which will be, administering this Creative Industries Park, and then you can work in any part of the country. You don't have to be in a certain building, in a park or somewhere. The Creative Industries Park includes more than 80 activities. It includes all the creative industries and certain professions in these industries. And with High Tech Park, we had this export condition. The company's revenue should be coming mostly from the export. 80% of the revenue should be coming from export. And that, prevents startups from joining the High Tech Park, because when you create a startup, first people you start selling are your friends and families. Immediately you are not eligible, to join High Tech Park because you are not exporting. So with Creative Industries Park, we don't have this condition of export. With High Tech Park, the VAT and the profit taxes are zero. In our case, because we don't have this export condition, we were negotiating with the government, and the government proposed us very low tax, and we agreed to do that for that tax, which will be about 2% of the revenues, but it will grow gradually. So it will start with 0.5%, then it will be 1% for 2 years, and only then it will be 2% since 2027. The membership fee, so the creative entrepreneurs registered in the park will be paying 1% of their revenue to the park, but the park will use this money to promote creative economy, to arrange hackathons, to arrange events, awards, and all the other things that are important. So the income tax will be lower. Social funds, which is also another type of income tax from the salaries of your employees, will be much lower. And the most important thing is that in our case, this will be administered by an NGO, not by a government agency, which will provide much more flexibility. So, as you know, the problem with creative industries, measuring creative industries in Global South, is that companies are in the informal sector. You cannot really take their numbers, and they don't want to show their numbers, and they don't want to participate in the surveys because they want to hide. They are afraid to show their numbers. But in this case, these companies will come and register themselves. They will be happy to show their numbers because they want to be outside of informal economy. They want to pay taxes. They just want to pay reasonable taxes. So this allowed us to define creative industries immediately because, we didn't go through this long academic, conflicts, discussions, what we should continue, what we should count as creative economy. We just said, okay, whatever we include into this, let's count it as creative industries. If it works well, let's add other industries as well. Then, of course, it will allow us to measure the growth of creative industries. And Jay gave me a few more minutes, right? So I'll talk 2 more minutes. So if you have numbers of these creative entrepreneurs, of course, you can see how their numbers are growing over the years. Yes, the informal economy will reduce, but also you'll have resources to promote and develop creative economy ecosystem. And what's maybe the most important thing is that there is so much talk about creative economy, creative professions, creative industries in my country. It's becoming fashionable for the young people. And it's very important for their parents, to hear that, okay, maybe it makes sense, because previously they were saying, stop this stupid work, go to the bank, do some normal work. You don't need this creative stuff. This is ridiculous. You will not make any money. Now their parents are hearing that if you want to make good money in my country, you should go to creative professions. This is very meaningful. And last slide, why the Creative Industries Association succeeded with promoting this. There were a number of factors, but I'm sure these factors might exist in your countries as well. I see here many colleagues from the post-Soviet countries. What's the most important is to build this competition. When the companies, creative companies that consider each other as competitors, are ready to work together, So in case of Creative Industries Association, we say, yes, you become a member, you start paying the membership fee in the association. It doesn't mean that the association is serving you. It doesn't mean you're getting something from the association. It only means that you've bought the entrance ticket, you come on our boat, and you start working together with us. If you don't work, the work becomes heavier for all the rest of us. So you should work, you should publish in the social media, you should talk about creative economy, you should give interviews, you should go for the presentations with the universities. So we have more than 60 companies that are paying this membership fee now, and they're all very active. Second, the association was focused on one target, to promote this Creative Industries Park, to lobby it, and we didn't, we didn't take other targets, we just focused on one. The agenda is positive. In countries like mine, we all need good news. And most of the news are really bad. Unfortunately, yesterday I heard very bad news from my country last time. And the only maybe light spot, and people do need hope. People need to hear that something good is happening in their country. The only light spot is creative industries. So we are feeling this niche, and that's why it helps us to spread the word. We look much bigger than we are at the moment. And creative entrepreneurs, usually they're very active on social media. They are very influential. When they talk, more people hear them. Sometimes much bigger businesses are less vocal. Less people follow them, less people listen to them. And also it's very challenging times because of the war in Ukraine, and it's terrible, and it's terrible for the whole world, and especially for the post-Soviet countries. Everything is turning very, very black. And during these times, the governments should become more creative. So they are looking for new solutions. It's an opportunity for entrepreneurs to group up, talk to the governments, promote their agenda. So, and also it was quite easy to convince our government. We told them, yes, these taxes will be low, but you're not collecting any taxes from creative entrepreneurs anyway. So collect some taxes, it's win-win. That people will not pretend they don't exist. You will not pretend you want to take all the taxes. Just take this little portion, but you will get something. So it was a win-win. And yes, we had this high-tech park. That's why we could build on this lesson. In your countries, I'm sure some other cases exist that you can build upon. And I hope this Creative Industries Park will be successful. And I hope many other countries, especially in the post-Soviet area, will copy this. Let's build this creative economy together. Thank you.
And just a reminder, if you have questions as we go along, please put them in on Slido or vote for your favorite questions. We've got 2 more presentations and then we're all going to have a discussion. So don't forget your questions in the meantime.
So hello everybody, my name's Avril, I'm from South Africa, and I'm going to be speaking about informality, and I'm going to also be speaking about a particular case study of the live music sector in South Africa. And I think that, just to a good segue from what we've heard from Dan, is that the fault lines of the creative economy were shown up by the COVID pandemic. It's not a benign economy. Not everything that happens in the creative economy is wonderful. And we need to recognize the huge challenges that exist specifically for workers, for the informal economy, for freelancers, and that's really been the focus of a lot of the work that I've been doing. It's really the live music industry in South Africa, like all other live music industries across the globe, especially during COVID, was a real struggle to be able to perform, to keep going. We had terrible stories about musicians selling really precious instruments just to survive, to put food on the table. And a large study that I've done with colleagues across the African continent was about decent work. Decent work as an ILO concept. There are 10 indicators for decent work. To explore to the extent to which we can find decent work in the culture and creative economy of Africa. And we looked at live music in South Africa, dance in the DRC, fashion in Tanzania, film and video in Nigeria, and cultural heritage in Egypt. And to be honest, evidence of decent work just simply doesn't exist. Number one, we don't really have employers. We don't have employer associations. Who does a creative person work for? They work for themselves. Who's going to insist that there's decent working conditions? Who's going to insist on fair labor? Who's on fair labor practice? Who's going to insist on safe working conditions? Who's going to ensure that there's fairness in your your pay? It's going to be up to your status. If you're a wonderful musician and you've got a presence on social media, you can command a higher fee. If you don't and you're an emerging artist, you command the fee that you get. The market is going to dictate, because there's nobody protecting you. So the level of social protection in an industry like the live music industry simply doesn't exist, which brings the importance of the role of the public sector. You cannot have our sectors, especially in the global south, and now I'm talking about Africa in particular, as a very different global south to what you were talking about, Dan, which is dominated by informality. The bulk of our work, more than 60%, of our economic activity on the African continent is the informal economy, right? It is under the radar of the state. By definition, people don't want to be seen by the state either, or they don't want to bother with the bureaucracy of what it means to be part of a regulated environment. And often it's because they're doing it initially because it's wonderful to do it. They're just happy to do it. They've still got to have another job because you can't make a living being an artist or a creative on the continent of Africa. So why register yourself as a creative person or a creative business if you might actually go from one day being a musician to the next day you're doing visual arts and the next day you're doing a commercial because you can earn some money and then you go back to being a performer? What should you register yourself as? So the question of the informal economy is that sometimes it's a choice by virtue of the fact that the sector is not definable. Yes, we have these wonderful statistics that come out of the DCMS in the UK, but do they really apply to countries like mine? You know, can we really say that we fit into these boxes? And do we have the level of occupations and structure that you find in the global north? And the real answer is no. So, you know, I don't know, I think I've got to the last slide somehow. I don't know how this happened. Let's start there. And then go there. No. So the 10 indicators are employment opportunities. That's number one. Are there employment opportunities? That's a sign of decent work. Well, are there employment opportunities? Well, work in the cultural and creative industries is seasonal, it's project-based, and workers in live music in particular are engaged in other work or diverse jobs as well in order to earn a living. They cannot earn a living only from live music. So employment opportunities, not really. Number two, adequate earnings. Well, livelihoods are really possible. Some people can earn a really good fee for a gig that they do today. But when is the next gig? And how long must the money for that gig last? So performing still remains a dominant form of income for all musicians on the African continent. It's not recorded music. It's live performance. That's the main earning potential. And they often have to combine that with other forms of earnings from the live music industry, such as fees, branding, merchandising, royalties, and sync deals. Combining work, family, and personal life, that's a sign of decent work. It doesn't exist. It can't. It's deeply disturbed in the live music industry because when do you perform live music? It's a night or the weekend. So if you're a woman with children, your family life is going to be deeply disturbed, even if you're a man. You know, so that ability to have that level of that indicator present is not really there. Work that should be abolished. Well, there's a lot of child labor, a lot of dangerous work happening in the culture and creative industries. And there are really exploitative conditions that exist, especially in the informal sector. Decent working time is another indicator. Well, there's real differential experiences depending on venue size. So the big companies that have these big concerts, they are established, they bring in international artists, and yes, there is great occupational health and safety, the staging is done properly, nobody's going to fall through the stage, the roof's not going to fall down, you're going to be protected. You're going to have changing rooms for men and for women that are differentiated. You're going to have all those conditions well done. But in a smaller venue, in the smaller venues as you go down the level, even if it's a dedicated live music venue, doesn't mean it's going to have decent work. Some do, some don't. Some have contracts, some work on word of mouth. Even some musicians don't want to sign a contract. They say, you're going to send me a contract, where am I going to print it? I don't have a print at home. So I'll take your word for it. It's okay. I'll be there. You said 3 o'clock, I'll be there. Then you have smaller venues even, like bars or shebeens or the streets or whatever. There's absolutely zero decent working conditions in those places. Stability and security of work, another major indicator for the ILO. Well, it's a real impossibility to have that stability and security of work when you're working on a sector that is dominated by freelancing, where the number of people that work informal establishments, it's really the cultural managers. It's the people I'm training, in the university. I'm training people to be cultural managers or policy advisors. They get the work in a formal place with a proper contract and that. But the people they're working for and the reason they exist, those people don't have decent work. Equal opportunities are really absent for women, as I've mentioned, in the live music industry in particular. In South Africa, we have a real problem with gender-based violence. The statistics are so shocking, I'm not even going to say them, because every 4 minutes, a woman is getting raped, and a child. And so women working at night, we don't have public transport, we don't have secure streets. What does it mean for a woman? And the reason that people do the work is because they love it. And that's the thing about culture and creative work, is that it's done out of passion. It's out of joy that you get from performing, from doing that work. Safe working environments often require negotiation. It's up to the person how strong they are to talk about what's safety things. So I know quite a few agents who work on behalf of women musicians who negotiate specific safety things. If there isn't a changing room for a woman, they have a special tent that they can bring along, or that sort of thing. These things are so small and so minor, but they impact on people's enjoyment and safety and sense of this is a decent livelihood. Social protection, this is a problem. The freelancers are not really included in the definition of employee. So in our labor relations laws, in South Africa, I'm very proud to say we have a fantastic constitution and fantastic labor relations laws. You're guaranteed the right to strike. Your protection against bad employers is really high, but not for the culture and creative sector. Why? Because it's based on freelancing. And until we include freelancing in the definition of employee, those people are not protected by basic unemployment insurance or maternity benefits. And we saw that during COVID. People couldn't access the COVID recovery funds because they weren't registered in the system. So we do have a South African Labour Law Reform Commission that is now working on including freelancing into the definition of employee, which will make a huge difference for our whole sector, all across all the cultural domains, which is really exciting, and supported by our union, the trade union for musicians. And the last one is social dialogue. Well, social dialogue, we've heard how important it is. Talking from Leandra to Jay, everybody's mentioned the importance of coming together, discussing, and having representative bodies. There's no employer body to talk to, even if you've got a union. So we have a union, but who do you talk to? There's no employer body association of live music venues or of the culture and creative industries, generally. And so this level of embryonic development of the culture and creative industries really is not in our favor. And in order to change that, we have to be thinking about what is the role of the public sphere. And sorry, these slides are very strange. I don't know what's going on here. I want to get to the last one, because that was about the assessment. I know I'm out of time. I'm going to talk about four quick things. We need to focus urgently on social protection for freelancers across, specifically in the Global South. And one of them is a definition of employees. The other one is what can the state do to support that? What is the role of the public sphere? We need to change the definition. We need to start a process of engagement with unions, representative organizations, to develop fair standards for collective bargaining. And that includes everything from rates, working conditions, occupational health and safety standards, and so on. We need to strengthen intermediaries. We need a buffer between the informal economy and the freelancing world of the culture and creative industries and the state. There's loads of money slushing around many of our governments, but the ability to access those funds requires organization. We're never going to organize the informal sector. It's growing, it's not diminishing. It's been growing over the last 20 years on the African continent. This is not a diminishing part of our problem. This is a growing part of our problem. And we have to recognize it and acknowledge it and work out how we're going to deal with it. And intermediaries are needed from higher education institutions. We are a fantastic intermediary. Groups like Atelier that we met yesterday, amazing intermediary. Intermediaries for finance. Hiva Fund, George is not here, from Kenya, runs the most amazing intermediary to access funds. We need intermediaries for union. A union is a very good intermediary. A park is a very good intermediary. We need more of those intermediary organizations in all of our countries to support the culture and creative industries. And we really need to work with national, local, public agencies to facilitate, for me, the live music sector in multiple spaces, and to collect data that allows us to understand how big the problem is. I'm talking from deep experience over too many years to mention, but we don't have the data that I see that you can put up. Eliza, it's amazing, all that data. How do you know that? We just know it from action. And so thank you very much for the opportunity.
I'm going to stop. Hello, everybody. Great to be here. So, building on, it's great to be last speaker after this distinguished panelist. Academics, I'm not an academic and I'm not an artist, so a lot of disclaimers. So, but I'm building on what's been said. So, most of the work we do is action research. So, I'm an urbanist. We start by observing urban phenomena in the street, and then we start to build empirical research, and out of that we recognize opportunity and propose ideas and solutions. So that's basically, in a nutshell, what we try to do. So there are maybe two premises based on what's been said. A, recognizing informality, urban informality, as a big chunk of our cities in the global south, has been said already, and that calls for redefining creative sector or creative economy beyond the Richard Florida classic definition. And the second proposition is what would be our role as actor and creative actors and artists and architects in this part that is not mapped, that is not recognized. So this is the two things that I would like to talk about. So how to do this? All right. So Cairo is like Istanbul. It's a 20 million city. It's a mega city, and it's multi-layered, more complex as any other city. But there are like three main conditions that it shares with many cities in the global south. The city, deteriorating urban core, the historic center, multi-layered, complex, planned, etc. But it's, going through disinvestment, deterioration, decay, but also gentrification. Second condition is what we call informal housing area, which is a belt of informal housing surrounding Cairo, like many other cities in Africa and Latin America and South Asia. And this in Cairo constitutes 70%, 70, 2/3 of the housing stock is self-built, without architects, without planners. So it's a red box. Nobody knows how, and everybody characterizes it as chaotic and random, etc. It's not. It has some logic, but we just don't understand it. And then the third pattern is the response to that, which is building new districts, new suburbs out in the desert. That's very unsustainable, as we all know. So what do we do with that as architects? How can we engage this informal, the 70% of our cities? The first thing we need to do is try to develop tools to research it, to understand how it works, what kind of order, what kind of logic. And the second is what would be different ideas to propose in this area to improve the quality of life. So I'm going to have you a little bit. So again, the problem is, I think all the slides are cropped, but it's too late now. this duality between how the city is being represented and how where most of the people live is something that Cairo shared with many cities in the global south. We've been looking at some creative ideas in informal areas from the micro scale of people building small steps to overcome traffic road to more big projects that also built informally, such as infrastructure work like ramps, etc. Again, in the meantime, the city is embarking on this phantasmoric kind of vision like Cairo 2050 that's completely disconnected from reality. And this is an example of, the benchmark being Dubai and Singapore, etc. is completely different from the issues that we're talking about. So we've been looking at ways to understand and measure these informal practices. I'm going to move a little faster. So our work is either at the city center or at the informal area. So a couple of projects in the city center to measure informality is looking at street vendors. It's a phenomenon that Egypt shares with many cities, and how the street vendors who occupy the sidewalk could be an entry point to understand the contested space, public space, or the sidewalk being the interface between the public and the private realm. So we developed a lot of tools to look at street vendors like time-lapse photography and developing way to measure and understand the code or regulation that govern this seemingly random or unregulated condition. And looking at this contested space and try to understand, disentangle the stakeholders in public space in absence of a formal participatory mode of governance. So these are some of the diagrams we developed to understand the different stakeholders in the sidewalk. Taking that analysis and then put it in a sort of action. So this is another project we did in downtown called Downtown Passageway, looking at the city center, not from the main street, but from the back alleys and interstices and courtyards, and try to find in this network an alternative and more inclusive and diverse public space, but really looking at the role of art as an urban catalyst to regenerate this leftover spaces, but doing so through the stakeholder analysis that we developed through the analysis with the street vendors. So before we did any design, we started to talk to the different residents, store owners, street vendors, women groups, heritage protection groups, traffic, etc., and ask each one of them what would you like to see in this passageway and what are the concerns are. And out of this matrix of do's and don'ts, we developed a design brief, and the role of the design here is try to negotiate a middle ground with these being conflicted interests. So it's an exercise of urban diplomacy or urban democracy, if you will. And before we left, we set up a board for this passageway. We invited each building to nominate one person, and we made a maintenance plan, asked him to take over the maintenance. And we're almost 8 years after. This is some of the images of what the community does in the space, organizing iftar in Ramadan, putting decoration during Christmas and Eid, etc. And that space became very fashionable, an attraction point, almost Instagrammable point downtown. So this is really an example of how can we start by observing everyday urban informal practice and then turn it into a design intervention. Now, in the informal areas, there are a couple of things we're trying to do. This is a project we did with the University of Zurich and ETH in 2016. Again, trying to understand how this red district, how does it evolve? So we start by looking at how the land is divided, who are the actors, who decide the width of the street, the height of the building, the location of the courtyard, etc. These are all very calculated and rational decisions. They're not random. Also looking at the construction system, the building material, it's the cash flow, and out of this knowledge, you start to develop very sensitive solutions. So each student were asked to do a very small design proposal to enhance the quality of living, the environmental quality, without, and that's the key point, without disrupting the ecosystem. So this is very different from the state approach, which is about raising to the ground this area and building towers. So here we're trying to work with the system, with the informal, but doing a little bit of creative, innovative ideas with the community. The second project, very quickly, is looking at this division between the formal and informal and try to challenge this duality. So our cities are not actually either formal or informal, they are actually all the time a mix of formal and informal. So within the city center is informality and vice versa. So instead of looking at the city as sort of schizophrenic, we're trying to look at the formal informal as a spectrum, as a journey of new, more nuanced and more complex experience. So to do that, so this is a classic blue and red map of the city, but in practice, we said, okay, so what about we think of a journey of a person, hypothetical journey of a person who lives out at the city fringe, but this person goes to the city center to finish a paperwork, to renew their ID, for example. So we looked at this journey through the multiple modes of transportation, from the tuk-tuk to the microbus to the metro, and in each mode of transportation, we start to measure and quantify the level of informality and formality by looking at economy, by looking at structure, by looking at actors. For example, the tuk-tuk almost operates 100% informal. The ticket is negotiated, the routes are not regulated, the driver may be not even, it could be like underage person. The only part that is formal in the tuk-tuk is the gasoline, because you have to purchase from the gas station. And the other end of the spectrum, the metro is almost 100% regulated, standardized, the timing, the station, the ticket, but there's a bit of informality, including street vendor in the metro, etc. So there's a little video, but I don't think I'll have time. I'm going to skip the video. But we did almost like animation to represent this journey from one end of the spectrum to the other. You can go to our website and watch the video. But the last project I want to see in the last minute or two that I have, I'm going to skip the video, is a current space that we started in one of these informal areas called El Fabrica. So the neighborhood, as you can see, is very vibrant, it's very industrious, it's full of energy and full of crafts. So the space is located in this neighborhood. The idea behind which it started out as a maker space, as a creative lab, but it became much more than that. It became a space of encounter between art students and designers who are formally trained. They have a formal mode of knowledge, and craftspeople from the neighborhood, carpenters, metal workers, glass workers, leather workers, etc. So through a number of series of workshops, we bring students and designers to work in the neighborhood with craftspeople to produce. This is the key thing. They're not just talking, they're producing street furniture. They go to junkyards, they scavenge old material and old pieces of furniture and start to produce new ideas. So here is a workshop on street furniture. You can see they're working with like very basic material, recycled wood. This one with working with artists to transform the facade of the businesses to make it more marketable and more visible. This is an example. This is again street furniture. You can see there's a mix of very formal and technical drawing along with very grounded practical knowledge. This is about sound mapping, and lastly is a signage. We're kind of redesigning the signs of the shops, looking at typography and fonts, etc. And the last thing that we're doing currently, this is very important going back to what's been said, there's an absence of data in informal area. There's no statistics, there are no basically any information. So the way to start to think about this, to have any meaningful impacts, to understand the extent of the magnitude of the economy. So this is a pilot project we're doing by literally going with each street and locating each shop and ask them whether they would like to be on this directory or not, and then putting all this index, making it. So this is, for example, just a couple of pages. This is upholstery. This is aluminum shops. There are many. There are carpentry. But they're not only mapping the location, the business, and the type of work, but we're also looking at the processes of production. What are the requirements? What are the safety issues? What are the spatial and temporal factors that are successful to this work? And then we're also looking at the supply chain. So, for example, the lumber yard where they purchase the wood and then it's being cut and processed and then assembled and then polished and then marketed. So who are the different actors in this, and what kind of modes of transportation, and what is the width of the street that allows for a truck to pass, etc. So all these kind of little details allow us to understand better how this informal economy and creativity in that operates. And then building on that, and this is the last two slides I promise, is selecting, we have in this case like 15 craftsmen from the different trades, and then 15 artists, product designer and furniture designer, and bringing together to design together pieces of furniture that are a bit of open new markets for these craftsmen, so promote their business, but also allow these also designers to source their designs from the neighborhood rather than going outside. So this is just examples of some of the research phase. This is some of the designers proposing some of their ideas, and you can see some of the inspiration coming from the informal. So to conclude, in each of our projects, whether design or research or exhibition, at the end of each project, we have a very interesting exercise. We start to map out where did we source, whether the products or the knowledge in each part of this project. So, and then we put it in a map, and we realize that all the time, every element of this project is distributed across the city with a bit of formality and informality. And that sort of gives us a more nuanced and complex understanding of the city as intermingled and interconnected spheres of formality and informality. So I'm going to close here, and you can watch the video on our website. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I believe we have time for some questions. I know we're running a little bit behind, but I hope that people have been sending in questions. I think I might need the clicker, I'm not sure. Have you been sending in questions on? Great. Here are some Slido questions. So I'm going to ask panels, I'm going to pick on some of our panel members. I hope they'll forgive me. The first question is, Createch is no doubt so important and formed critical mass, but how to catch the skills in no critical mass fields, like Web3 in the creative and cultural industries, and avoid context dependency? So I'm going to broaden this question a little bit, and I'm going to ask colleagues what they think. It's certainly the case that when we're thinking about the skills we need, it's easy to get caught up with those jobs, which there are many of. And that's really what my presentation focused on. But every discussion we've heard here today is also about the importance of the minority, whether that's Danny talking about early innovation, or Omar speaking about hidden informality, or Avril in the same way talking about hidden people. And so I suppose, how does the panel think that we can find, whether it's highly technical innovators or whether it's other people that are sort of hidden because there are fewer of them, and make sure that they get the support and promotion that they need? Perhaps I'll go to Danny first to talk about some of those early innovators, maybe in technologies like Web3. We talked a lot in the council about AI. How do you make sure that you're finding those people, of whom there are so few?
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, for countries like mine, Web3 introduces a unique opportunity because the whole world is only learning how to work there. It's not somewhere where we are very, very far behind. And I think it's very hard to find those people. Instead, you need to create the special conditions like this tax relief or creative hubs, great events like this one, and they will come. That's the only way, I think. And
Build it and they'll come.
And it's the most ecological way, I would say, not to be pushy. And then to learn from them and maybe build on what's stronger, because in many cases we try to not leave those who are behind. But in creative industries especially, I think it's very important to strengthen what's already strong. That's the very important approach, I think.
And Leandro, in terms of, you have a specialist course which you run. How do you balance between providing very specific skills one person needs and the broader, more generic skills that lots of people need, whether that's, in your case, creative industries policy, or if you're talking about the kind of forefront of tech?
Well, this is absolutely challenging, especially because the specialisms usually required are related to some sectoral knowledge. And there are differences, of course, between what people need in terms of policies, tools for performing arts and design, for example. And I think that the best way to find a common ground is to understand how are the interactions between the sectors. I think that this can be a good clue.
So by providing lots of courses that can interact, you can actually give people an opportunity to study something almost unique in the round, but through established departments. That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to add to that question. I also teach at university, and we recently we've done a study of our graduates, and not just our graduates for the last 10 years, but also the sector that's employed our graduates, which is the culture and creative industries. And we asked them what skills they valued the most, what abilities and attributes they valued the most. And the interesting thing was they didn't specify any content. They said curiosity, passion, critical thinking, a knowledge that anything you need to know, you can find out. Networking, that ability to network. In our sector, without a network, you're nothing, because it's all about collaborative work. The entire sector is based on teamwork, non-hierarchical work, networks of knowledge, of practice, access. And so they all said, we want your students to, when they come into our workplaces or our hubs or our collection society organizations, anywhere they come, the most important thing is not what they know. It's they know a lot of people, they know how to nurture those relationships, and they are curious and passionate. And I thought that was really fundamental. Also, at a university, you're teaching, theoretical, robust, research. You're not teaching practical skills. So one of the things that we've come up with is at a younger level, the undergraduates, people get an internship to learn some practical skills. But the postgrad level, my students all have jobs already. So you can't put them in an internship because they're already working. So what we've come out of this research to recognize is that the practical skills should be almost like a parallel program alongside the robust theoretical academic thinking, strategy, sort of understanding how research works, different forms of research, and so on. So what we're going to be doing starting next year, in fact, is once a month practical input from one of the people that we interviewed, who've all said they would love to come and talk to our students about something in particular. How do you do monitoring and evaluation? Why is it, how do you run an event? What are the important things to think about when you run an event? Host a big jazz festival or whatever it is. How do you read a budget, an annual report? And what do you make of and why is it important? So we're going to have all these people who are doing the work already to coming to our students to let them actually be aware of the importance of it, not necessarily how to do it. Because that practical skill can only be learned in the workplace. So I think that's an important distinction between what is a role of a university and also then what is a role of people who are running training, education programs that are for adults outside of university. There's a need for all of that. This is a sector that needs lifelong learning. Every year there's something new to understand. I'm still getting my head around AI and VR and whatever those words are. And I'll never catch up to the younger generation who just know it instinctively. And that's the thing, that if we want to stay present in the sector and recognize what's going on, we never stop learning.
And I'd love to I've got two different questions, but I think they're related, so I'll ask them both together. So first of all, Jay, I wonder if you could comment on really building on what Avril said in terms of, you work for a really digital company. It's pretty much as tech within the creative industries as you can get. So in a minute, I'll ask you to comment on whether you find that the skills that you're kind of most looking for are all these digital skills, or what other soft skills you need. And then, Omar, I'd like to come to you with a question which has come up, which is about education beyond the formal system. So some of the communities that you're working with are not working with formal education systems, but of course, you show teaching and training is happening. So if you could, after Jay's spoken, just comment a little bit more on that, I think that'd be really valuable.
Yeah, thank you, Eliza. Actually, it's a great question. I didn't know any Salesforce before I joined Salesforce. They still hired me. I knew other things. The great thing is with technology, it's so easy. There's like 7 different ways in which I can learn how to use Salesforce. The first one is actually given to me by Salesforce itself. There's an e-learning platform we've built because we're a tech company, we can build things. So they built the product, and then they built a platform to teach you how to use the product. So now you don't need the company to do anything. You can just log in, and you can learn for free, and you can use for free as well. As you start scaling up, then you've got to start paying up, and all that's the business side of things. But I do innovation and design strategy work at Salesforce, which has nothing to do with technology. And it's really about applying that technology to solve a human problem. That's, I think, what Avril was also trying to say is about you need, and Leandro earlier when he was talking about in his presentation about developing creative thinking as well as critical thinking. And I think the role of any professor, mentor, advisor, whatever we're trying to do with each other, even as co-opetition entrepreneurs or peers who are trying to do peer learning, I think the role is actually to distinguish between when you need to do which one, creative or critical thinking, and that's what we need to teach. That's the skill we need to build. Ultimately, my personal favorite skill is the skill to learn. I was very fortunate at a younger age in my life. I discovered my preferred method of learning. How do I absorb information? How do I utilize that information to put something back of value out into the world? This is something I don't think any school or academic institution ever teaches a student. Students are left to figure this out on their own, and the smart ones do. It takes a lifetime to figure that out. It's a very reflective internal question, and the answer is different for each one of us. And so I think when it comes, which is also the same distinction, actually, there's another question over there, Eliza, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
It's about digital products, which are tools.
Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of with my question.
Exactly.
Exactly
so
right.
I'll read the question out. I think digital products are the tools we might use or not use, but the skills we have to gain are different. So how do you distinguish between these two? And I think that in the world of innovation, about 10, 15 years ago, this was a very big question, just to bring the awareness of what is the difference between invention and innovation. And I think that's the question right there, is that the tools that we build, like there are people who are inventing new technologies, and then there are people who are innovating based on those technologies. So somebody made blockchain, but then on that somebody else made the Bitcoin. Or somebody made Web3, and now we have a whole, metaverse. And I would love to see Dan's creative park in the metaverse soon, so that I don't have to always go physically to that place, right? And so these are the kinds of skills I think that when we are talking about, even in the blurring of lines between formal and informal, there's an amazing opportunity for us to distinguish between what is a practical skill that, like, do I know how to draw, and then the other is, do I know what to do with the drawing I've made? I think that
it's a great segue, I think, over to Omar. If you could talk about the challenges when formal education isn't an option or isn't the right option.
Yeah. Okay, so just to maybe as an introduction to this point, maybe I wasn't very articulate in the beginning. I think the way we understand informality as creativity, because it sort of emerges from the fact that unlike the creative sector that emerged in the global north in the 80s and 90s as part of the shift from the industrial to post-industrial economy, in the global south, the deregulation and the withdrawal of the state, the response to that was people finding solution to their own everyday problem, from transportation to housing to infrastructure, etc. So informality was in fact in the global south a creative solution in response to new liberal paradigm. So that's a very basic kind of proposition. Now the second point is, what do you do to that? How do you respond to that? So there are basically two responses in our countries. One is outright dismissal. These are informal areas, these are chaotic, they are slums, so let's remove them and build a brave new world, as we can see in some of the images. The other response is this is what the community wants. Let's just leave them do what they want. This is also a very romantic approach, and it's very slippery slope, because this area also there's a lot of issues of power relation, violence, so not really ideal. So there should be a balance between in the two positions. Critical engagement. So that critical engagement, it has two steps, and that goes back to your question, training. First, you need to understand how it works. So what are the skill sets that you need to learn in university to be able to understand, to analyze, to unlock how these practices are taking place? Then the second skill set, and what would be a role for you as an artist or creative actor to be part of this change? And I think there is something also important, to not to assume that we're all, idealists. I mean, it's not just about being progressive or activists who want to change the world. It's actually out of self-interest to have a role in the majority of your city. Otherwise, as an architect, I would be limiting myself to the 5% who want to build a villa or a mall or a tower, etc. So if we want to be really active in our cities, I need to find a way to be part of the majority. So in that sense, our universities, our curriculum needs to actually, as you said, developed in a way to engage this informal area in a meaningful and respectful way, sensitive way.
That's great. And I think we have time just really for sort of one or two more questions. And I'm going to cheekily combine three questions I've seen. So the first question was on establishing frameworks for fair collaboration between actors with different powers, whether countries or institutions, stakeholders. The second was very specifically within the context of Egypt and some of those power dynamics that have emerged with the demolishing of old districts, and how can people have influence. And the third was a question very specifically building on Danny's, which was, what are your top tips for effectively working with the policymakers who you've successfully managed to lobby? So I think what we're going to do is actually combine those three together, and I'm going to allow the panel to choose at which level they want to give their advice, whether they want to go global south talking to the global north, or whether they want to talk about me talking to a policymaker. And I'm going to ask each one to kind of give a single tip in the last few minutes that we have. So who'd like to kick off?
May I?
Yeah, we'll go this way then. Great.
I just will pick up this one on Global South and Global North. I have a bit of experience in working in the Global South context and the Global North context. And I feel that sometimes in the Global South you have more ways to produce from the ground new policies for creative and cultural industries, especially because you have less prepared structures in terms of how to develop strands in the governmental departments, areas. And sometimes in the Global North, it's much more difficult to move players, to move institutions, and to create the new. So I think that internally there are a sort of a equality of power, but how in the level of the interaction between these two groups of stakeholders, I think that co-creation is the key. I think that the Global South has a lot to teach to Global North and the other way around. And I think that co-creation is the key point, how to learn together, because, I don't know, at least in my perspective, I think that the challenges are quite the same in Global South and Global North. What changes is some particular intensities in some specific elements, but the problems are quite the same.
Jay, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, I do. I think it's funny. I was trying to pick which level do I want to answer, so thank you for the choice and the confusion.
They're all excellent questions. So
but really, actually, I just thought if I were to do either one, what would I do? And the immediate thought was I would probably do the same thing in both cases.
Right.
If I was in a forum like this where we're having very high-level conversations, or if I was in a closed-door meeting with somebody of influence, what I would try to keep in mind, at least for myself, is inclusivity, tolerance, and persistence. I think this kind of a mindset is what is required. It gets a lot more done. It might take a little longer, a little more effort, but it'll get more done. Inclusivity, tolerance, and persistence. So whether you're talking at high levels, small levels, just keep doing it.
Danny, do you want to?
Yeah, to add to that, what Jayash and Leandro said, actually, I can say that, you know, in the global south, in many places, we have a situation where the governments and people are enemies, openly speaking, frankly speaking. And when we have this situation, you know, then people, you know, for people it becomes black and white. You're part of the government, anything you do, we will criticize. Mm-hmm. From the government perspective, it looks that also it's black and white. You're people, we don't listen to you because you're only criticizing us. And that's the problem. The problem is when dialogue disappears. So the tips that I could give and that we used actually is to search for the common ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's never black and white. There are people, you might hate the whole government, but there are certain people there that are bright spots. These are people who really want to make changes. Focus on them. Instead of criticizing everyone, find those people who promote your agenda. Try to find these champions, deal with them, work with them, empower them, compliments, you know, give compliments, speak about them, and help them because they might feel quite lonely. And whenever the government is doing something good, it goes like this. We call our participants, we call our members of our community, and we say, "Did you read that? Speak about it in your social media. Say it was good. You know, don't only speak about the things that were wrong, but also when it's done good, say that it was done good." And we had these moments when people from the administration were telling us, "Look, we've never heard so many good words about ourselves." After we published this decree on the support of creative economy, we thought it's so unmeaningful, but we never heard so many good words. Wow, we'd want to do more about that. What else can we do? So, let's try to find similarities.
Yeah.
Try to find things that unite us. I don't mean being hypocrite, saying that it's all excellent, everything you do is excellent. No. Just speak about the specific good practices.
Yeah, I always say empathy and allyship, but then sticking firmly to what you believe in. Those three things, absolutely agree.
So I believe in healthy skepticism of anybody in public authority. And as a creative, activist, policy person, I also strongly believe that policies are needed for our sector, especially in the global south. And if I believe that public policies are needed, I mean there's a role for government. And if there's a role for government, then it's our job to help government make the right policies and implement them. And then, you know, it's important then to draw on the programs and the conventions that we have access to, like the UNESCO 2005 convention, that says you cannot do policy work, implement policy, or even report on policy without the role of civil society. Yeah. So it gives us the tools to advocate that you actually need dialogue. You know, and you cannot have policies for the culture and creative sector without talking to the culture and creative sector, who know more. They are not run by government. It's not like the health sector or the education sector. You know, government doesn't set up our institutions, doesn't set up our cultural our spaces where we work. They don't employ us. They don't pay the arts, right? We are a private body. But we need government. So we need to help government create the right policies. So healthy skepticism, but direct involvement. And I want to pick up on the one on fair collaboration, because I think that's critical. We live in a very unbalanced world. It's filled with inequities, power imbalances, deep history of colonialism, deep problems around power imbalance. There's no ways the global north is equal to the global south. And there's no ways the global south can stand up to the global north. Even look at climate issues. You know, a large part of our problems on the African continent around desertification, around lack of water, are coming because of the ways in which industrialization has happened in the global north. Be that as it may, we cannot work without the global north. we have to recognize that that collaboration is needed. So let's have some tools to help us think about what is fairness in those international cultural relations environments. And I'm just going to stick to cultural relations here because that's who we are, right? And so I'd like to invite you to look at the unique website, which is the EU National Institute of Culture, of which British Council is a member, as well as Goethe Institute and all those other kinds of institutes, French Institute, etc., where they've developed a toolkit on fairness in international cultural relations with a whole set of tools and support. So for the person who asked that question, I think it's really important because so much of what we do is in collaboration. That's the name of the game when you're talking about relations, cultural relations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And finally,
Yeah.
Omar.
Well, I was just actually, many of the things I wanted to say, everybody covered. So I think this forum is a great example of exchange between Global North and Global South. I think it's a great success. I think there's more needed to have South-South comparison and exchange. But the reality, as Avery just said, we can't work alone because the resources come from the North, but also a lot of the knowledge is still produced in institutions and the Global North. But that doesn't mean that we need to remain just case studies for theories that are produced in London and Berlin and the United States. However, the most important thing to me is the idea that, the fact that our cities are, the majority of which is produced informally, that doesn't mean we should embrace this as the way to go. Because informal urbanism and urban formality is a very, very conservative mode of urban development because the private actors pursue private interests. So therefore, the role of the state is very, very important because the state is the guardian of public good. And maybe the interim period, unless you live in a democratic society, the state doesn't take a leading role. But eventually, until that happens, we need to find a way to engage in this interim period. We have 2 generations of informality that is here to stay. So we cannot just forget it, but we have to be critical about it. And lastly, there was a question about what can Cairo share with Tashkent about demolition. I think the idea of activism is a tricky part. It depends on the political context of your government. In our case, we opt for more of a tactical sort of activism. We don't go for outright criticism, but we work through demonstration pilot projects. So we case study small pilots that showcase best practice. And I think we also choose in our case, in our project, to work in the interstices, whether physically, literally, in the passageway, in the gap, or in the interface between public and private, formal and informal. In this kind of middle area, between formal training and informal knowledge, lies an opportunity to challenge the status quo in a sort of a more implicit way rather than being outright activist. And I think that's my... Yeah.
Well, I think that's a great note to end on. And I just want to say thank you to this amazing panel who I've been so lucky to be working with on the International Council for almost 5 years now. You probably have realized why we wanted to bring this group of people together. It is unique to have all of these viewpoints from around the world, some exactly the same, some opposing. And I hope that you seek out the council members, ask them about the work they're doing, ask them for the specifics. There were some great questions we didn't get to, so I'm sorry if that was the case. The final thing I'd like to end on is there's another panel with other council members looking at the agenda point, and so there were some excellent things coming up on climate, for example, which other council members are going to speak about. But I hope you'll stick around for that discussion and then talk about everything in the round with us this evening. So thank you for your wonderful questions. Thank you. And thank you to my brilliant panel.
Thank you, Eliza, for a great moderation. If I could keep you on the stage for a little longer, because I do want to share a few notes about all that's been said here. First of all, wow, great questions, so many of them. I wasn't expecting that, honestly. Excellent. Please keep up the performance and come up with more questions, but also please make sure that you like the questions which you would like to be asked here so that we can see them on top. Just like you said, there are so many of them and some of them couldn't even be addressed. I'm very happy. I mean, this morning has been great for me because, you know, I heard so many positive remarks from many of you. Eliza, you told us that creative jobs are the jobs of the future, which gave us hope, I guess, all of us. Danyar, you told us about how it is fashionable, it's trendy, it's, you know, very favored right now to talk about creative industries in your country. Influence of the creative industries are increasing, and you gave us a great, you know, I guess, piece of news that the most favorable taxes in the world will be in Kyrgyzstan very soon. Funny enough, I think in Turkish the words policy and politics are the same, so you gave me a lot of food for thought there. I'll think about it after. But of course, it's not all a rosy picture here, what we have. Avril, I think you gave us a very realistic and perhaps a little bit of a dire picture about for workers, for informal economy, freelancers, decent working conditions are non-existent. And, you know, why do these people go for informal economies? Because, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess a lot of them have to. Because, you know, why register yourself as a creative when you cannot afford to live that way? So the market dictates your conditions, and you just stick to what you're doing out of passion, which becomes the bulk of the economy, which becomes, I guess, the working conditions for so many people. So that was a very, very important presentation that you made there. Thanks so much for that. Also, Eliza, you told us about the vulnerability of freelancers and the importance of policies that would target both freelancers and also, I guess, full-time workers, which shouldn't mean that we should wait for, of course, governments to do something. You know, informality as creativity, you know, we heard from Omar about that. He mentioned the nuance and complexity that informality can bring on a table. And Jairaj, of course, you told us about how it is important to take risks and not to wait for governments to do everything, not wait for things to happen, and show the governments what isn't working. So that was an important note as well, I guess. Leandro, I don't know if you know about that, but the teachers stay in Turkey. So some people in the audience was telling me that they were happy to hear your reflections of the role of unis in education, about the gaps they can fill in terms of skills to have a better atmosphere, I guess, a better ecosystem. Now, I don't want to take more of your time. We have a strict 10-minute coffee break because we have to stick to the schedule and we've been running overtime since morning. So I really want your sensitivity on this. Do carry on meeting with new people and finding out about what they do and, you know, why they're here. And we're going to be here 10 minutes later. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Welcome back all. I hope you had a nice break and had the chance to do some networking, because of course networking is the first step to every wonderful collaboration out there, so we do encourage you to do that. Now, for those of you watching us online, welcome back as well. We've spoken in the morning about integrating the arts and culture in every aspect of education. We've been talking about recognizing the role of the informal economy and, of course, the value of innovative business models. And we're going to be picking from where we left off. The title to our second session, which is about to start, is Calling on Opportunities for Research and Development, Alternative Finance, and Local and International Cooperation. Exciting topics again. For this, I have a distinguished lineup of speakers as well in this session. Marcel Kraus, Technology and Knowledge Transfer Center, Charles University, Head of Hyberniska Campus. Could you please kindly make it to the stage?
Thank you very much.
Dr. Duanita Larasati, Head of Strategic Partnerships, Indonesia Creative Cities Network. Hello.
Hello.
Edna dos Santos Duesenberg, economist, policy advisor, and researcher on creative economy and development. Welcome. Laura Callanan, founding partner of Upstart CoLab. Welcome. And our moderator is someone who you know really well, John Newbegin, chair of the PAC. Welcome. I'll leave the floor to you, and we'll be back. Thanks.
Thank you, Elif, and welcome back, everybody. And let's go straight into it. As with the previous session, please ask your questions. We had lots of really, really good questions in that last session. Put your questions up. If you like somebody else's question, indicate like, because then it helps us to choose the most popular questions. But let's go straight into the presentations. Marcel.
Okay. So hello, everyone. My name is Marcel Kraus. And as you heard, I work for Knowledge and Technology Transfer Center of Charles University in Prague, and I'm team leader in the same time in campus Hybernská. This is a place where all subjects and faculties met in order to create some new environment and interdisciplinary research together with citizens of Prague and the whole society. And I would like to put attention on a particular topic connected with the creative industries, and this is academia, research, innovation, and social sciences and humanities, including artistic research, how they relate together. I think that the global challenges need complex solutions. I think it is obvious we cannot solve these complex solutions just with the help of one subject. We need inclusive look at the problem, at the research questions, in order to bring sustainable solutions for those challenges. Be it technological oriented, economic, environmental, digital, I don't know, post-pandemic, or health, or security challenges, all those challenges need societal perspective in order to be really solved. And I think the research and innovations led by academia, together with other stakeholders outside of academia, is a good way how to approach those and address those challenges. And I would like to stress that the SSHA, this is an abbreviation for Social Sciences, Humanities, and Arts or Artistic Research, can play their significant role. Let's have a stop for a while here at this slide, and let's have a look, what does it actually mean, SSHA, Social Sciences, Humanities, and Arts. Maybe you will be surprised what belong under these areas. We have here psychology, cognitive sciences, economy, businesses, industrial relations, management, I don't know, gender studies, sociology, but also journalism, media and communication, cultural and economic geography, design in architecture, musicology, religions, arts, of course, philosophy, studies on film, radio and TVs, folklore studies, demography, law, etc., etc. Those all subjects play significant role in today's innovations and in the cultural and creative industries too. There is one interesting concept called also STEAM, like science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. And in this concept I see the A as something what can cover all those subjects above, SSHA. So we can call also STEAM plus. It means we have here natural sciences, we have here medicines and other subjects which can help us together with creative industries to solve those solutions. So let's have focus further on the SSHA. I have here several examples where in the culture and creative industries, the SSHA can be useful in a transdisciplinary way or interdisciplinary way or inclusive way. For example, the reduction of vulnerability of children producing and consuming creative content at the internet. Prosumers, producers, consumers, prosumers. In order to solve it really on a long-term and sustainable way, we need to collect several subjects. For example, lawmakers or media scientists, sociologists, etc., etc. They need to meet in order to solve this problem. Yeah? Other example comes from car industries. We need designers to design a new setup of seat belts, for example, for pregnant women or for people with different kind of disabilities. So again, we need to meet in one research project several experts from design, sociologists, engineering, car developers, etc., etc. Third example is based on PC games. This is a very core of the culture creative industries. The PC games tools can be used for example, educational purposes. I have one example actually coming from the Czech Republic, from the Charles University. Charles Games, this is a startup focusing on development of PC games with the added value in education and history. Historically correct PC games for educational purposes. Artistic research. This is something very, very interesting in the cultural creative industries because we are using artistic methods for creating new concepts, new knowledge, or new kind of solutions. Here is an example using theater for social integration through the artistic research. And a fifth example is a use of artificial intelligence for ethical and responsible advertisement. Advertisement, other part of the creative industries, but we need to use it ethically or morally correct. But in the same time, we need to put together to one table mathematicians, philosophers, media scientists, for example. So I would like to show with this slide that the interdisciplinary approach and research in academia and with culture creative industries is crucial for solving such challenges which faces today's society. Okay, we can say that the activities of cultural creative industries seems in the same time to offer a suitable environment for such a research. It is really not easy to conduct interdisciplinary research, yeah, as such, because you have to understand each other. You have to know how to connect different knowledge areas, how to understand between each other about motivations, about the problem solving. It is not easy work, but it pays off. I think that it can lead to impact-oriented research and innovation in the same time. Yeah. But of course, it requires support, funding, maybe space, yeah? like Hybernská campus or hubs, atelier. We saw it yesterday. So it cannot happen without support, without understanding that it is needed, and we need several stakeholders to put together to one table in order to create such an environment. A very important role is played in this paradigm shift in innovation, let's say, policymakers on a different level, state level, city level, because they can help to create such an environment for it. Yeah? And in the same time, this is very interesting, the cultural creative industries and their innovation potential can actually solve any other related policy. It is not only about the policy for or about cultural creative industries, but it relates with education, with new workforce policy, economical policy, green economy policy. Everything has something to do with creativity, with cultural creative industries, and actually vice versa. Cultural creative industries can easily help to implement those policies on a creative way, on an innovative way. And this is my last slide, and something what I would like to leave here behind. And this is the thing that SSH matters, social sciences, humanities, arts matters, and that it is necessary to emancipate those scientific subjects in the innovation and research ecosystems. It is unfortunately not fully recognized as an equal part to, I don't know, technological-oriented research or natural sciences or medicine. Social sciences, humanities, arts, it seems not to be able to create prosperity or markets. Maybe in the first plan, not. The monetization of their added value is hard, but they can contribute to us other way. For example, by savings of public money, or increasing quality of life, or saving human lives. Yeah? So that's why they are important in the creative ecosystem and the innovation ecosystem too. So let's have a focus on cultural creative industries, social sciences, arts, humanities, and then together we can create new quality of life for today's society. So this is my message. Thank you.
Marcel, thank you. And in the same way that in drawing up our 11-point global agenda, we noticed that science, research and development in the creative sector is as important as research and development is in science and technology. We also address the question of finance. A different kind of economy needs a different and more varied kind of finance. So next we're going to hear from Laura Callanan on alternative forms of finance.
Excuse me. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Laura Callanan. I'm the founding partner of Upstart CoLab. At Upstart, we believe that creative people solve problems, and we are connecting capital with creative people who make a profit and make a difference. We work at the intersection of impact investing and the creative economy. What is impact investing? It's investing. It's not a grant. It's not philanthropy. It's not a subsidy. It's proper investing, seeking a financial return, but not only a financial return. Impact investing is also thoughtful about workers, communities, and the environment. Impact investors are seeking a financial return as well as social and environmental impact. All types of financing instruments, stocks, shares, equity investments, loans, debt, guarantees, all versions of financial instruments are possible in the concept of impact investing. So I'm not going to go into that in detail today, but I'm going to pick up on the earlier conversations this morning about the social impact that can be accomplished by investing in the creative industries. These are the 5 dimensions of social impact that we seek to achieve at my organization, Upstart CoLab. As you can see, it's very focused on people, beginning with an emphasis on Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and women who are entrepreneurs, often artists, designers, and other creatives who are launching for-profit social purpose businesses in the creative industries. As has already been discussed today, we agree that the creative industries is a strong source of quality jobs in the 21st century creative economy. And we know that creative places and businesses can anchor vibrant communities and play an important role in comprehensive community development. These first 3 impact areas are very familiar to impact investors. Financial inclusion, quality jobs, community development are all concepts that impact investors seek to achieve, not only in the creative industries, but in all of their investment activities. The second 2 concepts, which feature artists, designers, and creatives, are more particular to the creative industries. We're thinking about lives and livelihoods that are sustainable for artists, designers, and other creative people. And we're thinking about our concept of the inclusive creative economy that considers creative people, their neighbors, and all of us. A concept that believes in both the power of traditional wisdom and innovation, the importance of openness and experimentation, and the benefits of diversity and inclusion. When the United Nations Development Program did a landscaping for Turkey in 2019 and identified the opportunity that impact investing can play here, the research spotlighted 3 types of impact very compatible with the 5 dimensions that I'm sharing with you here, and specifically suggested that impact investing could be useful with a focus on refugee livelihoods, a focus on women's empowerment, and a focus on financial inclusion. So I'm just going to briefly describe 2 examples where these dimensions of impact can be understood. This first company is a fashion company. It's called Pasco. It's led by a Black fashion designer, Patrick Robinson. Before launching his own fashion label, Pasco, 8 years ago, Patrick was the creative director at The Gap. Earlier in his career, he led Emporio Armani, Perry Ellis, other big fashion brands. So he came to his moment as a social entrepreneur after a successful career as a fashion designer. And originally, Patrick was thinking about how to make up for his career in fashion and all of the negative environmental impacts he had contributed to, working for places like The Gap in particular. He was very much focused on improving environmental sustainability in the fashion industry. He focused on the fact that most of us only wear 20% of the clothes in our closets, so he wanted to make that 20%. He wanted to make the clothes that you wear and wear again, and do it in a way the clothes are stylish, they're dependable, they're comfortable, you can wear them for leisure, you can wear them for fashion. He wanted to make the 20% of clothes that people really use. In the midst of the pandemic, he also started to really think about workers and communities. He maintained the focus on environmental sustainability, but he introduced a new mode of production, what Patrick calls community-made. So rather than having a single factory where workers need to be there, show up, go to that one place to manufacture the clothes for Pasco, he has taken on a distributed production model where there are community-made workers' pods, and he brings the jobs and the opportunity to disadvantaged communities where there are talented, skilled makers. He's focused on bringing dignified work back to makers in America. He opened his first community-made workers pod in New York City in the midst of COVID when the Broadway theater district was dark, and he hired people from the costume shops. So they had been making costumes for Lion King and Hamilton and the big Broadway shows. They were out of work for 18 months because of the pandemic. They started to sew for Pasco. His second workers' pod is in Gee's Bend, Alabama, home of third and fourth generation quilters whose work hangs in museums around the world and is highly valued. But most of the people in this community are living in deep, deep poverty. So there's great cultural wealth, there is little economic wealth. And by bringing the company to this community, he's brought the first new job creation to Gee's Bend, Alabama since the 1960s. He also brought the internet as an example of an unintended positive consequence of this social purpose business showing up. He brought satellites, put them on the roof of the building that he's renting, that's the workshop and the warehouse, and he brought this community online. His slogan is "Clothes Made Like They Matter." He's wanting customers to understand and respect the people behind the clothes that they wear. The investors in this company are foundations who think about communities and workers as well as making money on their investment. The second example is led by an actress-director named Mary Stuart Masterson. You can find her movies on Netflix. She was especially popular in the 1980s, and she has launched an ecosystem for film and TV in the Hudson Valley of New York State, 2 hours north of New York City. It's women-led, it's environmentally forward. The film and TV production studio is unique, but it's not the only thing that she has launched. It's part of a three-pronged ecosystem approach. So yes, the opportunity for investment is in the film and TV soundstage called Upriver Studios. But before she launched the social purpose for-profit business that is Upriver Studios, she began by working with state government to introduce a tax credit, a financial incentive to attract film and TV production to come to this geographic region, to make it financially attractive to bring the show to this part of the state. Secondly, she launched an NGO, a non-governmental organization, to do workforce training, because every film and TV production hires 200 people to do sets and lights and makeup, a whole range of behind-the-scene jobs. And you don't bring 200 people to a community for 6 months or a year to film your movie. There needs to be a talented, trained, resident workforce. And she wanted to be sure that the people who have the access to these 21st century quality jobs in film and TV production included women, people of color, folks who don't have easy access to these great union quality jobs now. The third piece of the puzzle was this film and TV production facility. It's structured as a public benefit LLC, which means it's a type of business that in its incorporation documents is very clear that it seeks to make money, but it also is going to be focused on treating workers well, being a good community citizen, and being thoughtful about the environment. The investors in this company are artists themselves, one filmmaker, one visual artist, and another multimedia artist, all with wealth, but wanting to invest in something that they understood and that they believed in. So just to close, I'll say that impact investing in the United States is 25 years old. The work that I'm doing at my organization is introducing the importance of art, design, culture, heritage, and creativity, and a focus on the creative industries to American impact investors. In places in the world like wider Europe, where impact investing is still young, you have a unique opportunity to integrate a conversation about the creative industries now, immediately, as impact investing grows, that it will grow with a deep understanding and appreciation of the power and potential of the creative industries to deliver opportunities for workers, communities, and the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. When we think about policy, as we were thinking about with our 11-point agenda, the temptation is always to think about policy in a national context. But we wanted to address some issues that need to be resolved at an international context and in a local context, and to draw the links between local, national, and international. Because I'm sure everybody here knows that so much that happens in the creative economy and the creative industries happens at local level. So we wanted to address that, regional, city, and locality issues, but also we need to have an international framework of agreements and trade to make this new economy work. So our next two speakers, we're going to hear first about from an international dimension from Edna, and then from a local and regional dimension from Tita. So Edna.
Thank you. Can I have my slides, please? Well, first of all, my name is Edna dos Santos. I am an economist, and I developed my career at the United Nations in Geneva, where I set up the first program exclusively devoted to the creative economy. And I was also very proud to launch the very first UN Creative Economy report already in 2008. I also would like to first express my thanks to British Council and all the organizers, because we are very happy to be here. I'm very happy to be back in Istanbul, and particularly to see that the last time I was here was 10 years ago. We talked about the creative economy, and this time I was very happy because we could see the practice of the creative economy. Particularly yesterday, we saw a number of very successful products. So I think this is why it's so important that we start talking in the international framework, and then you see how things are being implemented in practice. So, yes. So I would like to share some insights on the importance of governance and the international cooperation. And of course, it's very difficult. I think we mentioned already this morning that our society is going through a very, yes, I would like to, a very important transformation. Yes?
Okay, it's not showing there.
Can I?
It's not showing.
No? Yes, okay. Our society is going through a very deep transformation because, of course, we were already undergoing very important changes in the structural changes, technological changes, cultural changes, social changes. But of course, after 2 years of a pandemic, the pandemic has accelerated this whole process. And it really impacts all of us, not only individually, but the whole economy. And we know that nowadays, one of the biggest policy challenges for every single government, being at local, regional, or international level, is really to resume growth, because we are living in a moment that we have slow growth, you have a high inflation, and you have a big risk of a global, what we call stagflation. And in this context, this very difficult context, what happened is that unemployment is rising everywhere, independent of the level of development. Unemployment is high. And we know that there was a big change also in the structure of the job market. Another important point is the fact that we cannot ignore all the geopolitical tensions we are facing today. So we have war, we have climate change, we have migration issues, we have elections going on in a number of countries, and also as impact of all that, we are facing a moment that we have to deal with the energy crisis, with the food crisis, and inequality became much more visible everywhere. So it's in this context that governments, and when we talk about governance, it's a very difficult moment in which you have to address these very complex global issues, but at the same time, we have to deal with this transition towards a more inclusive, a greener, and a more diverse economy. And if you think in terms of what is the international policy context we are in, it's really the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. And this means that you are in 22, so we have only 80 years to go to all this, to reach the goals that the governments were committed. So we need policy will, and we need very concrete actions now. So in this context of the international environment, also what was very important was that last year, 2021, the UN General Assembly declared the International Year for the Creative Economy and Sustainable Development. So this was a very important political support for the creative economy as a whole. And we know also that was very important, the recognition in various forums, but in particular by the G20, that culture and creative economy can really be very important in this healing process post-pandemic. And in this context, it is really time for looking to the creative economy with this global perspective. So we are not only to the sector, but we are only seeing the creative economy as a strategy that can be used to governments to address a number of issues. And if we ask ourselves, we have been talking about the importance of cooperation, but the importance of international cooperation, the importance of a multilateral process, and if we ask ourselves why this is important. And I would say that this is important to ensure that the benefits of the creative economy can respond to the requirements of all countries. And why we need this international cooperation is because global processes have a very clear impact in shaping policies at national, local, and international levels. We also know that multilateral negotiations and intergovernmental process are decisive for advancing policies at the different levels. If you only think about the result of the COP27 last week, we can see the result was very mager, but we are advancing step by step, so it's part of a whole process. And in particular, why it is important is because the creative economy has to be seen in this global context. We cannot see the creative economy in isolation. Of course, we have to put policies in place to reinforce the sector, but we have to see with this holistic approach, with how it really impacts in the whole economy. And if you ask ourselves how this international cooperation takes place, it takes place through the negotiations, discussions, everything that is taking place in the context of the United Nations family. So here you have all the institutions, UNESCO, UNCTAD, ILO, and so on. We have also, the topic is being addressed by a number of other international organizations, and it's very important what is decided, for instance, in the World Trade Organization, the World Bank. Then you have also the regional institutions. And what is important, what all these institutions have in common, is that the creative economy is in the agenda of all these institutions. So when we are discussing creative economy in different contexts, but in different bodies, we are really pushing for this international cooperation to have a better understanding of the sector and really somehow to assist the governments in understand better, to grasp the issues, and to really decide on what are the best policies to be put in place. And if we ask ourselves, even in the context of PEC or in the context of individual governments, what they should do, there is a number of issues that we have to look internally, but you really need this international cooperation if you want to advance, like review of regulations on intellectual property, on global standards to collect statistics. If we need, for instance, specific commitments for discussions that are taking place in WTO, so we have to review a number of commitments. So I think it's very important that we have to design these national policies, but also take into account what is going on in terms of the international arena. So we don't have time to go into detail on this, all these questions. If you think about internet governance, if you think about international trade agreements, but the points I want to make is that all the tools like the use of commercial diplomacy, the international agreements, all discussions about you need a revision in intellectual property regimes, you need to have the discussion in organizations, and you have to push for this multilateral cooperation. And in this whole context, policies can only advance, but we need a consensus. And this is what is not so easy, because the consensus building is very important if you really want to advance international cooperation to deal with these more complex issues. And to conclude, I just want to make the point of the importance of the this global vision, the international cooperation, and how you translate it in terms of domestic policies at the national level. And of course, in this context, we can see that cultural diplomacy, branding, soft power, if we come back for what we have seen last night, it was very important when Istanbul is presenting its vision 2050, is really in a way of a strategy that they are looking, but in bringing together all these 40 countries that they want to have this network of creative cities, this is really a very concrete example of the kind of cooperation we are talking about in practice at the regional level. So I just want to make the point that art, culture, and creative products, they are very important soft powers that can help a country to build upon its image and try to do better. It's very important also the whole question of city branding, particularly if you think that in this post-pandemic period, we are rethinking how to revitalize life in cities, and the creative economy really has a very strong role to play. And so I just want to mention that we mentioned before in early discussion the importance of cooperation, but the importance of diplomacy, networks, platforms, co-creations. And I think the fact that during the pandemic we were connected And I think what was very important in this pandemic is that we realize that culture, connectivity, and creativity were really like a backbone of the society, because it was what helped us to feel that we are together even if we were apart. And I think this was very important. And I think despite all difficulties that we are facing to have the creative policies in place, I think what was important was the recognition that the sector is extremely important and nowadays is part of the national agenda in every single country. Because this is very important. So I think despite of the difficulties you might face for financing the sector, we still need to upgrade skills, we need capacity building, and when we talk about capacity building, it's not only at the academic level, it's also for policymakers to understand better how the sector interacts with the whole economy, how the sector interacts with the global processes. So in this point, I just would like to say that, for instance, even what was mentioned yesterday, the fact that we are rethinking policies at city level. And in the past, cities were trying to be smart, but nowadays they have to face the challenge to be at the same time smart, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. So I think the bigger question is to see how governments should put in place policies that would at the same time promote growth, but would also look into questions like the well-being, like sustainability, and particularly all these questions that became much more clear that we cannot be overlooked after the pandemic. So in conclusion, I just want to stress the point that national policies are very important for the global international framework and vice versa, because it's very difficult designing national policies if you are not having a better understanding of how this global process interacts. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Edna. And please, as with the previous session, keep your questions coming on Slido. If you like a question that's already there, indicate that you like it, and then we can choose a few questions to address after our last speaker, Dr. Tita Larasati. Tita.
Thank you, John. Hi, everyone. What I'm going to share today is mostly about how community initiatives can influence policy, actually. So my name is Tita. I'm from Indonesia. I'm an industrial designer, lecturer, researcher, but I'm active in communities such as you see here. They mention about that this is creative industries clusters and so on. But we can see that one cluster cannot work alone. It should be intersecting with another. So it's more about also intersection. The examples coming from Indonesia, of course the country I know best because I live there, I grew up there, I was born there. With this number, a country with 200-something million people, population, who speaks 700-something language, hundreds of tribes and so on. This has become our potential, our richness in getting inspirations, resources and so on. But at the same time, it also gives us a big challenge in the sense of distributions, access, especially equal access to basic needs and so on and so on. And we are dominated by young generations. Now they're also having lots of access to internet. And how will they use this new technology? And if we don't prepare them properly, they should actually feel the next development and so on. But if they use internet for negative things, then there's also another damage. So that's what we are taking care about. But we're so lucky that most of young people in cities, in different provinces, islands, and so on, they realize that we cannot keep relying on income from digging minerals, cutting trees, and so on. So they start moving from this extractive economy to intersecting economy. They start to use their potentials to create, to express themselves, and so on, and monetize them, making them into activities, and so on. But most of them, young people, they then form communities in their respective cities and regencies, and they also connect to each other through a network because they need to work together within these industries. We've been doing, maybe now it's called creative industries, creative economies, and so on, but we've been doing that before the term is up there as a formal term or as in governmental structure. So now that they have labels, they have names, they have to mind what the nomenclature and on. Our local governments, although the central government already have a ministry for it, already have some department for it at city level, but not everybody really know what they should do or how should they provide facilities and so on to these kind of communities. So we at the grassroots level, we at the professionals and so on, we continue by making these communities, and we continue doing this in programs and events, and eventually sometimes, most of the times, it's an expression that we want to make our city better. We want to make our living place really more pleasant to us, accommodate what we need, and sometimes what they need is place to express themselves, place to do tradings, place to exist. And if we do it consistently, then sometimes it also turns the social dynamics and we make social innovation within our places. So I now live in Bandung, which is the capital city of West Java. It's the most populated province in Indonesia. 30% of the population live there. So we have also a lot of young people, and that's how we have been building. We call it prototypes or maybe examples. Or Omar earlier said that it can be a sample of best practices, small scale, but at least we let the government and the people know that this is what kind of park we want to have. This is the kind of public advertisement that we want to have. Of course, we have it only for 2 weeks or maybe a weekend, but at least people experience it and the government can catch what we mean by it. So, okay, it's nice to have public art, or it's nice to have activities like so and so. And then from those examples, they can maybe adjust it to their policy. Sometimes not, most of the times not, but at least we have the feeling of how it happens. So other cities actually do that too with their communities. And when we connect to each other, then we grow ourselves into this. So we form this Indonesia Creative Cities Network, and now we have more than 240 cities joining us, and it's a way for us to back up each other, because not all communities have nice, harmonious relationship with their government, and if they don't, and if they want to say what they want, then we can support them of how they say it. And these young people, most of the times, when they do this time of creative economy activation, they occupy a space and they organically change that place into a space that they like. So this is what may be called placemaking nowadays, but these are communities-driven organic growth of spaces, because they're using idle space. For example, at Gudang Selatan is actually a military warehouse. It used to store the logistics and all. It's not used now, but it's still the property of the military. So they come there, they rent really cheap, so they then build studios, amphitheaters, restaurants, cafe, and so on. And that happens as well with the wet market. So in the morning, you have your marketplace selling vegetables, chickens, meats, and so on. But then when the marketplace is over in the afternoon, then starting afternoon to night, they use all these booths also as cafe or to watch movies, watch poetry, and so on. So this has been happening also in other places in Indonesia. So with this actually, because the local governments are actually the administrators of these places, so what we need from them is, maybe we don't need just financial support, but we need only their permission or a guarantee that we can still use this place as we want. We just need a bit of regulation. So how do we do it at the national level is we are committed to this kind of framework. So if we have communities in other parts of Indonesia, in a remote islands or in the rural areas, what should they say to their authorities if they want to apply for certain facilities or for certain policy that can match with their needs? So this is what we provide to them. First is we have the consensus that if we talk about creative economy, it should be an ecosystem that also includes creative industries, and we have mapped the government's role in each of these elements. And if we talk about stakeholders, we have now what we call here aggregator, but like Alfredo mentioned earlier, it's mostly about intermediary. So we intermediate all the actors that needs access, that needs communication tools and so on to proceed with their application. And we are committed to the 10 principles of creative cities in Indonesia particularly. So these are keywords that if we say what is creative city, so it is a city that, for example, respect diversities or human rights or heritage and so on and so on. So economy is there, but it's not the first one. But first we have to make sure that everything in the city can be stable or support that kind of movement. And if a city or agency asks, so how do you start or how do we make it, then we give them the 11 ways to implement the 10 principles. They can choose one or more tools that they can use for their own needs in their own situation. So we have been exercising this framework with different tools. But the most important thing is that we adapt the 10 principles to the Indonesian Government Performance Index. Because government at any level, in any department, they should make reports, and we find out what the reports contain. So we say to them, we can make your report look good if you support us in this and that, because we know what the key performance indexes are. And if they want to perform better, so they better work together with us in materializing these 10 principles. So we also help the government by translating these 10 principles to Creative City Index dashboard. That has become a tool for them to make decisions and so on. This dashboard is not fully running yet because it's still in the beta form, because it needs substantial data from different departments, also at the national level. But at the local level, we can already exercise this, and we have produced for West Java 2 years in a row, and we have a third one coming out for the West Java indexing. There is actually to tell that our creativity is there, but then what aspect do I need to work together with other cities are? So we know our what point we are good at what point we still need to collaborate with the rest. So we've been exercising with this by also disseminating, publishing, and contributing to also another global events. Especially lately, Indonesia is holds the presidency of G20. So we've been involved in G20 since 2020. Because we believe that creative economy is important for the future, especially for the global South development, then we try to really put the creative economy keyword at least at the highest level of the communique of the G20, or also of the engagement groups. So we were involved at the 2021, and then this year at Urban 20 and also Think Tank 20, and also a lot of publications that is produced by this international forum. And with that, I end my presentation by the World Conference on Creative Economy that just happened last month. It has points actually to lead wherever you're from. You must have your own priorities, and you must have your own nomenclature for governments and so on. And this quadrant could help you choose which one to go on first. within your respective places. So, of course, there are concerns of IP and the rights of the creatives, about global revival, because we're not done yet with the pandemic, the future of creative economy, inclusivity, and the SDGs. So, thank you, John.
Well, thank you, all the speakers. So let's have some questions. If we have some questions, can we get the questions up? Oh, hang on. Oh, okay. Well, it's a good one to start with. Laura, how can we encourage the private sector to impact investment in the creative industries? What's the right starting point? And I'd like the rest of you to come in on that, but Laura, why don't we start with you?
So the approach that we've been taking in the United States, I would say, is twofold. One, understand what proper investment looks like. Encourage people who have track records, professional experience in investing to come with you in this journey to advance impact investing in the creative economy. If you begin by expecting people will give up the investment considerations because they will be so strongly compelled by the social and environmental considerations, I think you will not have success. I think you need to have an investment context, background, and expertise to be able to make a persuasive case for the creative economy in the impact investing conversation. So my own background, I worked on Wall Street for 6 years. I managed 2 $3 billion endowments for 2 philanthropic organizations. I worked at McKinsey & Company with a focus on impact investing. So I brought a certain level of professional investment experience to the conversation. But I also, prior to launching this NGO, Upstart CoLab, was the senior deputy chairman for the Federal Arts Agency in the United States. So I was able to bring the two sides together. So I think having legitimate, professional, top-notch financial acumen is crucial. I think the second thing, and this is what I tried to describe in my review of the type of impact that we talk about at Upstart, we meet impact investors where they are on the impact concepts that they've already decided matter to them. We use the types of measures and metrics that impact investors already use, and we talk about creative activity in the context of business and enterprise. We didn't come in with a completely new array of measures and metrics that were focused on aesthetics and beauty and deliciousness and wonderment and all these great words we love to use to describe what is special about creativity and culture. We all know that creativity and culture is unique. It's not the same as science and medicine and business. There's something special about it. But to find the common ground with impact investors, we believed it was very important, and we've seen success in demonstrating how they can achieve not only their financial goals, but also their very specific impact goals and metrics, successfully achieve those goals in the creative industries. So we've met them where they are, both in terms of their investment expectations and the way they're thinking about the impact they're trying to achieve.
Thank you. And look, we're running late, so we're going to be crisp in going through the questions and the answers. But Laura, can I just ask you this question here?
Sure.
How can we increase impact investment in Turkey? Now, I know you've, are there some particular issues in the Turkish context that you think, with your experience, need to be borne in mind?
So I would just encourage the creative industry leaders in Turkey to engage with those folks leading the growing impact investing conversation here. There seem to be 2 NGOs that are working in this way, some domestically and some with ties to some global bodies like the Global Steering Group for Impact Investing. Engage them, bring a dialogue, demonstrate the role that the creative industries are playing in the economic planning for the country already, and the importance that the creative industries have been demonstrated to play in other countries, like the example we just heard about from Indonesia. And do some of the heavy lifting for them so that they can see you as allies as they're trying to grow impact investing as a new movement here.
Thank you. And there's a question here about cultural impact, not just in the context of investment, but culture. How do we assess cultural impact? I mean, I would say that in fact, in thinking about most of the policies that we're all talking about, all these different forms of impact, social, cultural, environmental, and economic, are integrated. And that's one of the complexities of the issue. But I'd like to ask any member of the panel who'd like to respond first, what do you think about how we assess the integration of these different kinds of impact in thinking about growing the creative economy? Tita, you've done some thinking about this, and then I want to come to Edna and Marcel.
Well, if we talk about the structural level of the government, our nomenclature separate culture and creative economy, which is sad, because then culture is under the Ministry of Education and Culture, creative economy the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. Because we have different law for that set of laws. So they have their own indexes if they're counting culture, like how many music players you have, dancers, workers for crafts and so on. While in creative economy, we're counting the values of the increase of the value of the culture they produce, and if they're within the creative economy ecosystem as they are monetizing them and so on. So in a way it's different, but yeah, we include that in our index with the value at the bottom of the thinking.
Thank you. Edna.
Well, I would like to add that we see the creative economy as a kind of development strategy. So it's not, because when you talk about the creative economy, we are talking about job creation, we are talking about export earnings, we are talking about social inclusion, we are addressing a number of social issues, and now we are looking a lot of sustainability issues also. So I see the creative economy as this interplay in which you have economics, technology, culture, and for that reason I could see, even reacting to the other question, how you bring together the state, private sector. I see the role of government as a facilitator in this process. And nowadays, we can have, so what we need is some kind of institutional arrangement. I think this is very useful. Why? Because when you talk about creative economy, we are not only thinking in terms of a cultural policy. Cultural policy is quite different from policy for creative economy, because cultural policy is one element of the creative economy. So, and that is why you can see the complexity, because you have to try to achieve what we call interministerial decisions, a kind of a concerted approach in which it will influence what Laura has mentioned, the small and medium enterprises. So if the government are looking to the impact of young people that are unemployed, but on the other hand, they are very attracted by the creative sector. So we are looking to the creative sector from the economic perspective, from the enterprise perspective, for the micro perspective. But we also had the impact in job creation, in the exports, how we measure. It's quite complex, measure the creative economy, because there is not a real consensus on the definitions, on the classification. And in my view, this is not important, because what is important is to adapt, to have the shared vision and adapt to the local reality. What are the local reality? What applies to the US is not what applies for Brazil or for Turkey, because our realities are different. So I think it's up to governments to really build those policies, trying to have this concerted approach in which you will involve Ministry of Education, of culture, of technology. You need, for instance, nowadays, if you don't have a digital infrastructure, how can you see creativity flourish? Because you need high-speed internet to be creative. Yeah, so it's very important to really try to bring together kind of institutional arrangement can be an interministerial task force. And also, I see the creative economy, it's quite important because it really brings a kind of participatory approach. So it's not something that should be imposed top-down or bottom-up, but it's something that will meet in the middle. And I think that is why important. You have to be open to have a dialogue with the sector, involving private sector, involving academia, involving, in particular, the creative professionals, the artists, and also having government as a facilitator to facilitate these dialogues and to shape the policies that are needed to support the sector.
Thank you. Marcel, do you want to add to that?
Yes, in my perspective, I think that the impact can be achieved under several conditions. Yeah? It doesn't come from sky or from free. And one of these conditions is the common understanding of the problem solving. And I think that we need to combine the creative way how to solve the problems and the way how to really solve step by step. For example, impact is important for investors in terms of impact investment, but also for researchers in research projects. Impact-oriented should be also policymakers. And what's the crucial thing is to be able to create a common understanding how to solve the problems there.
I think we've all heard this morning the use of the phrase intersecting used a lot. And I think one of the issues around the creative economy is that it is about intersection. And the one thing that comes clear from all the work that we do, and I'm sure many of you will have the same experience, one thing that came across to us in drawing up our 11-point agenda is the structures of government, the structures of policy are suited for a 20th century economy. They don't think about how we integrate culture, society, economy and environment in a way that we need to in the 21st century. But look, I'm going to be very unpopular and draw this session to a close because, Edna, you referred to definitions of the creative economy. Food is often described as one of the things that ought to be considered a part of the creative economy, and I think we should address the question of food. But before we do that, I'm going to ask Elif just to wrap up the session and thank all our panelists. Elif.
Thank you, John, and all of our speakers here today for keeping the time, which is our utmost concern, I guess, at the moment. And of course, we're all hungry. Why not? We're going to go to lunch very soon. I guess a lot of what has been said weaves into one another very seamlessly here. Well, impact was the buzzword, of course, of this session, and how to measure it, how to define it, of course, that needs a lot more time and I guess more context to unpack. However, Marcel, the point you made about impact-oriented research and innovation, how it can solve many of today's societal problems was, I guess, the key message of your presentation. The problems, of course, Edna, gave us a sense about, how deep of a transformation our societies are going through right now, and how the biggest challenge for governments is to resume growth. These points really stuck with me because obviously the creative economy cannot, just like Edna, you said, cannot be seen in isolation, and it's really, of course, it's part of a global context. It's part of a more wider context, I guess. So in terms of that, I guess your point about soft power and how it contributes to the image of a country was really welcomed by me. I really, as a journalist here, of course, I find that very eye-opening in a way. And Laura, obviously, the points you made about the social impacts the creative industries can deliver, and the list, I mean, the bullet points that you gave, of course, are very. One thing that comes clear of that is the social impact that can be achieved by investing in creative industries is key, important. It's very important, and it needs to be stressed once again. And thanks so much for doing that. Again, as I said, all of them really weaved in very nicely in my eyes. Duinita, of course, the need for action at local, national, and international level, and how to get all of these three levels in some kind of a harmony is, of course, not to be missed as well. I'm not going to take more of your time, just like John announced a few minutes earlier. We're getting hungry, time to refill our energy stores. Lunch will be provided at the Meydan foyer area. You can reach the location by taking the stairs and lifts at the back of the room. And then I will see you down there at the lunch. There will be a very nice musical performance. Thanks so much for attending this session. Thank you. Welcome back all. I hope you had a good lunch break and I hope you enjoyed the musical session by Beats by Girls. I want to thank them again. Now, we'll be picking up themes and highlights discussed in the morning. This session, titled Sharing of Experiences and Case Studies of Regional Initiatives, will provide insight into experiences and examples of work from Turkey, Georgia, and Serbia. We will explore themes and highlights discussed in the morning via local, national, and regional initiatives. For that, I have a distinguished panel of speakers, and I want to announce them one by one, if they can kindly make it to the stage. Dr. Erman Demir, lecturer and researcher at Başkent University, Creative Industries Research Center. Please. Merhabalar. Elena Toitze, Head of Creative Industries Division, Creative Georgia. Ralja Bobic, Program Director at Serbian Games Association and co-founder at Nova Iskra. I hope I pronounced your names correctly. I'm very sure about your name here, Erman. Okay, now, why don't we start with you? Perhaps, could you please provide an overview of the cultural and creative industries in Georgia today?
Yeah, may I use the pointer and my
Yes,
presentation?
please.
It will help me a lot in
And-
this,
Yeah,
if I may.
there it is.
Okay, so, is it on?
I am guessing it is not on at the moment, but could you please, yes, just a moment.
Okay, before I'll just introduce myself.
Sure.
I'm Elena Toidze, as already said. I'm representing Creative Georgia, that is a semi-governmental agency from Georgia, from my country, that has been established with the main goal to support creative industries, creative economy development in my country. So before I go into the details of the presentation, I will start with a brief overview of the sector. So just the process, everything like creative industries related in Georgia started like in 2016. That's the time when cultural strategy, first ever national cultural strategy, has been adopted in my country. And one of the main priorities and the goals of this strategy was to support creative industries. And then after this, our organization has been founded in 2017. And when we started, like, this was the environment. On the left side, you see the overall strengths of the creative industry sector in Georgia. The cultural scene is really vibrant and diverse, and we have a rich and unique cultural heritage, like intangible cultural heritage and tangible cultural heritage as well. We have like rapidly developing fashion design, electronic music, advertising sectors, and Tbilisi, the capital city of Georgia, is the cultural center of regional importance, and we have the cultural policy in place, and we have the special agency dedicated to support creative industries. And you see the weaknesses. This was the environment we had to start operating in 2017 when we started working in Creative Georgia. Low awareness about the sector, about the potential of creative industries, lack of entrepreneurship and digital related skills, lack of networking and know-how sharing, lack of funding mechanisms, and lack of sectoral research and data. And the last point was like the prerequisite for most of the weaknesses and challenges we faced in the sector, because like we did not have the data and evidence. So this brings me to the next point. So have you ever discovered yourself like in a situation when you try to persuade like decision makers, for instance, decision makers from other areas like Ministry of Finance, about the importance of creative industries, and you are trying your best, but you can succeed because like the shiny and like eye-catching statistics of the UK or the EU will not help you in this. You need to have the hard data. And like we had problems with this. We had huge problems with this. And I was working in the Ministry of Culture when we created the first cultural strategy. And from that time, my dream was to have the data, to have something to ground our work on, to have the evidence. And you know what was one of the main challenges for us. We could not persuade even like decision makers from our field that the investment in mapping of the sector was important. So after several years of trials, we just tried to pivot and to seek international support for creating research. And we thought that this could serve as a grounding stone, as a game changer, and we could create like some kind of baseline and data with international support, and then like other areas would follow. So we managed to gain the first ever grant for Georgia from UNESCO International Fund for Cultural Diversity. This was a huge success for us, and the main pillar of the project is to create the creative economy baseline research that we did, that I'm presenting right now. And based on this creative economy research, we will create the creative economy strategy, national strategy for creative economy. So the first pillar is already fulfilled. We have presented the document like 3 weeks ago, finally. So yeah, like UNESCO helped us a lot in this direction. And the process was not easy, really not easy. And especially if you imagine that like my dream, the dream of the colleagues of mine, was to have the data. So we had a great appetite to grasp as much data and information as we could. So we made a research design so it incorporated these four areas. So basically it was like 4 different research projects incorporated into one. So like it was a really extensive process, and it involves like overall overview of the sector, like about the policies, about the finances, about the framework, legal framework. Then was the analysis of economic indicators. That was what we really very much needed. And then separate qualitative analysis throughout the whole country, in all the regions of Georgia, discussing and collecting information about the challenges and needs of the sector. And then the 4th pillar was internationalization, to know what is happening in this regard, to know what are the challenges for creative companies in Georgia who want to export their creative services or products. So just briefly about the process. We started from the basics. We started from the scratch. So we created the classification of creative industries for Georgia based on the NACE codes. These are the statistical classification system for economic activities. Then it has been followed by classification for creative professional programs based on ISCO, that is also like international standard classification of occupations, and followed by classification of creative products, creative services, because we did not have anything. So I will not you see the process on the slide. I'll just say that it was a really extensive process. Like we elaborated a lot of information and data that you see on the slide. And yeah, I'll just now try to briefly present the main data. So 1 out of 11 employed people in Georgia are employed by creative economy. It's around 9% of the workforce. So it is quite important. And consider that even though we put a lot of energy in this research, even though different researchers worked on that, we could not fully and comprehensively depict the sector. So we still have some kind of blind spot. So we could not describe everything, and still the percentage is high, as you see. And the main economic indicators, the gross value added of the sector is around 4%, and yearly growth rate is 9%. Production export rate is around 12%, and service export rate is 27%, yearly growth rate, I mean. And the largest subsectors, by turnover, is advertising, and by employment is architecture. But if we look at the growth rates, film and video is peaking. It's really growing excessively, and fashion design is the most developed exporter, and the growth rate is also really high, as you see. And digital tech industry is the biggest service exporter, and the average growth rate in service export is really high as well. So challenges and needs, just Some of the challenges that I mentioned before are still, to some extent, problem right now as well. It's like skills and education, like awareness. It's better situation regarding awareness, but still it's a problem right now. One of the main important problems is that we don't have any kind of like legislative mechanisms or tax incentives for investing in culture. The only case we have is for the cash rebate program for film producing. So this is the only thing. And the funding is really scarce in this field, and the lack of creative space, though we have huge potential by old like industrial buildings and cultural houses. And I will just talk about the strategy. We started working on the strategy, and this topic has been discussed several times today, that creative industries are like interdisciplinary by the essence. So we want this strategy to be interdisciplinary. We don't want like only Ministry of Culture or Ministry of Economy to work on that. So this is our approach. We want to unite all the different like stakeholders in this process. And I also wanted to mention one thing, one complementary thing to this process. So when we were like wrapping up and finalizing the first baseline research, British Council helped us a lot to create the Creative Industries Research and Evidence Framework for Georgia. And British consultants created the document with our involvement. And the main goal of this was to map the gaps in research of creative industries and to devise the action plan, what needs to be done in the future in terms of research. And this action plan will be incorporated in the creative economy strategy that I've just mentioned. Okay, and that's it. Okay.
Thank you.
I was quite quick,
well,
I think.
First of all, as the moderator, I want to thank you for keeping to time. Actually, you have 1 minute left.
I tried a lot, thank you.
If you want us to sit in silence for 1 minute. No, of course, that's a joke because we have 2 more speakers. I have some questions for you, but maybe, again, a reminder for our audience, if you have questions, go to slido.com. You know how to do it by now, I guess. And then don't forget to like the questions that you find helpful so that we can direct them to our audience, to our speakers here. And please, as you're writing down questions, I guess in this context it will be easier, but if you can specify who the question is directed to, that would be very helpful as well. Thanks so much, Elena, again, for this informative and quick presentation. I want to turn to you now. Why don't you give us an overview, please?
May I take the remote? Or?
Yes, the pointer is here.
Thank you. Okay. I would like to introduce myself. I am Erman from Başkent University, Ankara, Turkey. And I am very happy to announce that I am not representing any institution, so I will talk only as a researcher or maybe some kind of pessimistic person. You will see at the end, I think. First, I want to warmly welcome you to the Istanbul, because I am a guest also in Istanbul, but you are very lucky, so I am, because it's a cloudy day, and when sky is shiny and blue, it's very hard to leave Istanbul. You can miss the city, so it's our chance. First, I would like to talk about the context of the creative industries in Turkey, because you need to do that. You need to sell some statistics on that issue. So I will tell a little information. In 2008, we have a TV series sector of 10 million export volume. And right now, we have $800 million of export volume in that sector. So it means 80 times increase in volume. Another one is about our gaming industry. Right now, Turkey has, in the all entrepreneurship area, investments about $1.1 billion, and quarter of that volume is shared by gaming industry, and I think it's a very good thing to have in creative industries side. Ministry of Culture had statistics, and I would like to tell you that right now, as of 2018, we have 556,000 billion, Turkish liras volume in creative industries, and it's also a tripled from 10 years period. So I think the numbers are not so impressive because when you think about the global economy and global creative economy context, it's not so impressive. But I think that the proportion and the increase is very important because as a creative workers researcher, I see a potential to have a creative skills development laboratory in our country. So I will try to tell you about a policy document, one statement from a policy document. This document is 11th Development Plan of Turkey. It's the first one in the presidential governance system in Turkey. So it says we should develop creative industries entrepreneurship, and we need to do that by some fundings. This plan stating needs and intent to giving funds to creative industries entrepreneurs. And as you see, all government agencies and also some academics and researchers and also sector has some had some effect from that one sentence. I would like to tell you about that interesting story. We have lots of other institutions giving that kind of incentives, namely the Ministry of Trade has a dedicated branch for creative industries and giving so much incentives, but they are only working for established businesses, not for skills development. So we will talk about the skills development side of the policies. As you see, we have the development plan, and then Ministry of Culture and Tourism, Directorate General of Copyright had prepared an university a report on CI incubators, how to develop creative industries entrepreneurs in our unique context, and then prepared a support program on that issue. It's called Future is for Young People, Cultural Industries Support Program, and after that, Turkey Union of Chambers Community Exchange of Turkey Creative Industries Research Assembly has planned a CI summit on that knowledge. So in summary, a single sentence expressed in the strategic level has set an agenda of hundreds of institutions and researchers. So it seems like a good picture right now. So I will try to summarize some of the projects about that picture. First one is about highly educated people in the talent pool of the creative industries. It's for digital arts and intersection of digital arts and tech startups. It's owned by a one of the biggest technoparks in Turkey, at 20 years of experience in tech startups, Bilkent Cyberpark. And cyberculture is aimed at collaborating between tech startups and arts. Culture is My Vocation is another kind of virtual incubator. It's mainly focused on technical, vocational, and lifelong learning aspect of CI education. As Avril stated before, it's a very important topic because all of the content is changing rapidly. And the next one is about some professionals. It's looking for the music industry's digital transformation and how cultural producers, namely the musicians or technical personnel or maybe producers, need some skills to develop in this context. And the last one is for raising awareness in younger populations. It's about copyright and intellectual property rights, and it's using a 2-day-long game development ateliers to raise awareness in secondary education students. I want to hold right in there because this picture seems very appropriate. It seems very valid because it looks like a coordinated effort to develop creative industries, talent pool, or skills. But I will surprise you with that. This is not a planned effort. This is my imagination because I picked retrospectively all these projects from hundreds of projects. There is no coordinated effort to do these things like that, okay? And I want to tell you about trends of creative industries in Turkey. Because we think that creative industries concept is a very important topic, and we, in strategic level we try to make people understand and support creative industries. But in the field, in the execution, in the tactical level, we do only dispersed or separate implementations. Because of that, we think only financial support is available for the creative industries skill development side or entrepreneurship side. So without assessing the impacts or without thinking about how to or what to support, we are not researching that. Only some researchers try to have some data on that, and as my colleague said, we are not reaching so much data in that issue also. So last one is high value on creativity is ongoing in Turkey everywhere. Everybody says creativity is the solution for our problems, but nobody thinks about how to develop creativity or how to creative process develops in education or any other skill development context. We try to question this issue with participation of 6 ministries, sector and academic representatives, and also some technoparts, some sectoral people, and all of them we try to understand what happened in the United Kingdom, what happens in the United Kingdom as policies and their impact in the field. So we will tell our authorities or policymakers these impacts are provided by that kind of policies. So we talked about that and we asked them what they think about that issues. Later, last slide is about my own interpretation. So any other institution is not responsible for that. So we need to de-fetishize creative industries because we use the creative industries concept as an excuse for thinking about we are doing our responsibilities as public branches, because when we have some other kind of awareness on creative industries, we need to change our way of work. So what happens? Everybody says we are supporting that, we are educating that, so we are very happy that we have our responsibilities fulfilled. And also sector has a kind of approach that my sector, namely game design or namely any other creative industry sector, is the whole creative industry sector. And right now the Creative Industries Assembly under the Chamber of Commerce is trying to change that issue. So we need to transfer our discourses to policies because we are not measuring anything, we are not planning or coordinating anything. Just right now all the mid-level executives, some smart people are trying to take initiative and develop, as I said, some kind of, sorry for my time usage, and I will finish in a minute. So they are not thinking about the issue as a complex whole, and they are just thinking what I support is the only way. We are talking about intents, but everybody knows that creative economy is the future. So I think Turkey and the developing or other countries like Turkey need to try to establish a measured way of impacts, not intents. So it's an other interesting topic for me. And for last, we are only talking about the functional value of the creativity, as I said before, and but we are a community that is not so comfortable with uncertainty, or also is not so much calculated risk takers. So we need to think about that, what our culture makes our young generations to think and act like that. And lastly, we need to, I think about an important topic, so I will try to follow my notes from there. We are seeing our world in our eyes, so we are using sensory information to decide on future of creative skills. But if we don't envision possible futures, we will hardly change the natural flow of life. So I think that the countries like Turkey, which transform through creative economy, needs sophisticated versions of concentric circles. As creative potential of Turkey is apparent, because of that, maybe you can say me and pessimist, I did not mention it or emphasize it so much. I'm very glad to announce you that we have critical minds with realistic point of view who can develop policies through strengths and weaknesses of Turkey. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Erman Demir, for this presentation. Now I want to turn to you, Relja. Please.
Thank you.
Please tell us about Serbia, and I will hand you the pointer. Thank you.
So thanks a lot. Thank you for the invitation. And it's great to see some of the people I've been collaborating with on different projects, both in Turkey and in the Balkans in the past. So I'm representing Serbian Games Association here today, but part of my talk will actually be kind of a bit of personal history that will kind of lead into the main topic. So I've been active as a cultural worker or cultural professional since 1999 or 2000, and mostly my background was in music events, radio, organizing parties, being active as a DJ and musician. Then later on with different colleagues working on other sorts of festivals, focusing on also contemporary music, then working on events that are related to children's creativity, video art, and I was always working with many different actors in Serbia and from abroad, and in a variety of venues in Belgrade, the region, and so on. Then, while still working with music, I started curating visual arts, exhibitions, working with some DIY collectives on publications, on silkscreen printing, organizing residencies, design-related exhibitions, things related to street art, and so on. So just mentioning all this is not about showing off or anything, but I want to kind of explain the scope of and the type of projects I was involved in, and that kind of led me to the work I'm doing today, and how, in a way, it is connected. Among them, we also did some, let's say, nomadic projects, learned a bit about life on the road, and at some point, this is the image of one of the last editions of the festival we were doing in Belgrade. It was kind of also important to let go and to open a space for a new phase. And as I was credited for this event also as the co-founder of Nova Iskra, this is a project we started in 2012 in Belgrade. It was the first creative hub in the Balkans and definitely in Serbia. Started as a co-working space, but we also expanded very fast into doing projects, into doing lots of capacity building and programming. So at the moment, Nova Iskra is running 3 separate venues in Belgrade that are, of course, with the recent tendencies fully booked, and there is a lot of creative entrepreneurs that are working out of these spaces. I also had the opportunity to work internationally on conferences, and I would say, lucky enough to be part of the formation of the European Creative Hubs Network, together with also some colleagues from Istanbul, from Atolje. So then again, in the end, we also even worked on such projects as a design brand from Nova Iskra. So the point is that moving from a kind of cultural activism and cultural activity to entrepreneurship. And then at some point, again, I needed a sort of a change, and kind of this brought me to working within the games industry. But what I wanted to kind of highlight in the middle of this story is this transition from culture over entrepreneurship to something we call creative industries. And as a kind of a note or maybe a proposal for some other talk by somebody somewhere, is that I realized that many of my colleagues, especially from the cultural domain, usually put these kind of relationships between these topics. So a lot of the artists and cultural workers, they kind of fear the notion of industry or the notion of, you know, market-oriented projects or something that is more entrepreneurial. So definitely I would call on someone to devise a kind of an in-depth research of why that is, because my feeling all along was and still is that I'm doing the same type of job, and that I'm kind of true to my dedication to creativity and the process of creation, and to creating spaces for artists and creatives to kind of create new work, collaborate, and create new values. So basically 2 years ago, after making a bit of a break from my day job at Nova Iskra, I saw a job ad from the SGA, the association I'm working with now, and I kind of entered the gaming domain fully aware that I'm not a gamer. I'm not, as a user, passionate about games. But I recognized that within what the association was looking for, I could kind of do a good job, and that all of this experience that I kind of ran through over the last minutes would be useful for what the association has in mind. So basically, as the title of the presentation is highlighting, gaming is not just an industry, but it is also a culture and a cultural technique of the 21st century. Probably the most authentic one in a way, because the new generations are learning, living, communicating through play and through playing games. And probably the pandemic was also something that kind of demonstrated that in a big way. So the industry as such, you probably know some of this data, is really huge, bigger than the film and music industry together by several times. And it's a whole world in itself. So there are different kinds of players, different kinds of games, different genres, something that we call also serious games. And there's a lot of misconceptions, like that this is something that's for kids, while most of the gamers globally are between 35 and 45 years old, and half of them are female. So this is something that most of the people who are not looking for this data will probably never guess. And then eventually something that I realized after maybe 6 months or so of working with my colleagues from the gaming industry, that I really see it as the most multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary creative industry. So we have everything in there, from the humanities through arts, science, technology, and of course business. Everything is kind of intersecting if you want to create a successful or high quality game. So now to move on very fast, specifically into what the SGA is doing. It was founded in 2018, started with 8 founding companies. Today we are close to, I think, already 130 members, which is everything from like one-man shows, studios, towards companies that have 150 or more employees. Some of these companies are also, over the last few years, acquired by the bigger global players. Of course, our industry is relatively young if compared to what we have in France, the UK, or Germany, but we have a really big and steady growth over the last years. We have a huge network of partners and supporters. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we are doing. And we are also part of two main European networks. So this is very high on our agenda to connect our industry with the peers from other countries who have much more experience than us. On the other hand, we are very much community-based. We use Discord and other channels to connect either with people who are already professionally engaged in the industry or with those who want to enter it. We are also now, next year, going to be working on our 5th annual report, which is really a big deal for us because it's probably the most cited document, at least in Serbia, when it comes to our industry. It basically attracts the attention of the general public, of the press, also of policymakers and decision makers. So all of these documents are available on our website. We highlight different parts of the industry. Then we also work on tailor-made programs. They are, on one hand, dedicated to our members, companies and studios, but also to individuals who want to enter the industry. RGA Empowers is a program dedicated to female creators because Serbia is surprisingly #1 in Europe when it comes to the gender balance within the industry. So we have around 30% of women employed in our studios. Then we are running an international program called Playing Narratives. We have a regular meetings, larger scale meetings of our members, a mentorship program that is entering its 4th cycle, and then we also put together one-off meetups and game jams that deal with specific topics like funding, like game production, soft skills, and so on. What we're also running on our website is the SGA Jobs platform. So we are aggregating all the open positions for jobs within the gaming industry. So we want to have kind of a one-stop shop for everybody who are looking for a job. And another platform that we'll be launching next year is called Shift2Games, and it is dedicated to demystifying the different professions within gaming. So we're going to do that through another web platform, but also workshops, Creative Tech Job Fair, and some TV formats. This spring, we also launched our first international conference, which has a stakeholder and B2B aspect, and it was pretty successful with around 200 delegates from across Europe and different types of program. And eventually, something that is this year central to our activities is the Creative Tech Serbia Supercluster, which is a, let's say, parallel program or a project that we are spearheading that goes beyond the gaming industry and kind of aims at everybody involved in the so-called creative tech domain. So it can be also people in the film industry, in the, let's say, digital product development, and so on. We also work closely with universities and faculties, with all the educational institutions doing something in relation to gaming. And as I also mentioned, pretty strong online presence is very important for us. So in a way, maybe you don't care, maybe you ask yourself how we managed to do so much. And I would just highlight for the end a couple of key things. So we are a completely independent organization, registered as an NGO with a huge network of partners. We have the so-called ecosystem approach, and we don't have any direct support from the state. In a country like Serbia, we find this very important for the sake of the integrity of the organization. We are more and more internationally recognized, community-oriented. We have a clear mission and an engaged membership. And eventually, we have a super great team of 5 people who are working full-time on all of this. So thanks for your patience, and get in touch if you would like to know more.
Thank you, Relja, for talking us through, gaming industry and your work in Serbia. Now, it's time for Q&A. The questions are up there, I believe. Now, the most popular question is to you, Eleni.
The second one?
Yes.
Yeah,
Can you elaborate the semi-governmental status of, sorry, my eyes.
Yeah, I understand the question. Like I can.
Okay, I'm sorry, but
so how do you fund yourself and sustain yourself? That was the question, right? So
yeah, exactly. How do you? Yeah,
semi-governmental, like the official legal name is Legal Entity of Public Law. We are within the structure of the Ministry of Culture, Sport and Youth, but we are like partially independent. It's a separate organization still, and we have some funds from the government from year to year, but we have to fundraise. So we work with UNESCO, European Union, British Council, and different organizations to draw the funds to different projects we are doing, because government funds still are very scarce. So we have to year by year just try and raise more funds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and yeah.
And do you find this to be the ideal format for you?
I would not say that more government funds will be not good, because we want to, actually our plan is to increase, we have some kind of small scale funding for creative initiatives. We have the competitions, like open competitions for creative industries, and we want the budget for this to increase from the government as well. But it's really good also to work with international organizations, because along with funding, the experience comes, the knowledge comes, so it helps us a lot, because creative industries endeavor is not well established in Georgia still, so it helps a lot. It's a great experience for us.
I mean, Raja, I guess in your presentation you said that you are not. Are you getting any state funding? I'm sorry, I don't want to make
with
a
the
mistake.
SGA, no, not directly.
Because you said that it would affect your integrity.
Yeah, in the current state of affairs in Serbia, definitely. But on the other hand, we are not. We are kind of at arm's length, with the state institutions. So basically, we avoid working directly, let's say, with the government, but we are working with different bodies that are under the ministries, like Innovation Fund of Serbia, that has many funding schemes, especially for startups, which also gaming companies usually fall under that categories. And there is no specific, let's say, funding for the gaming industry. So what we are doing is usually trying to promote all these opportunities to our members. So, for them not to miss it. On the other hand, we are always, attending meetings, conferences, whenever we are, let's say, invited. But being kind of in this industry, which is pretty strong, it also helps maintaining your integrity, because in a way, with the support of companies that are involved in the sector, it's easier to achieve financial sustainability for the organization and for all the programs that we are running. Also, we are, working with public funds. We are, one of the projects is funded by USAID. We plan to apply for Creative Europe projects and so on. So we are kind of, very diverse when it comes to modes of operation.
Okay. Now, I guess there's another question for you, Elena. Now that Creative Georgia has their data, what are their priorities? What mechanisms will they use for implementation?
Okay, thank you for the question. The answer is the strategy. So I can't answer directly right now, because we're in the process of elaborating a strategy, and we have to use the data we already have, and we also have to discuss everything with different stakeholders. But definitely we will work more on developing entrepreneurship-related skills, business skills, digital skills, because in Georgia we always say that we are really creative people. We have a really huge creative potential, but this potential to transform into economic output, we need business skills and digital skills. So we'll be definitely working into that direction, but strategy will answer that question better.
Okay, now there's another question. What do the panel think is a secret of good data? I want to turn to you, Erman, for this, and if you want to come in later, any of you, that would be appreciated.
I can talk about the digitalization of music industry in Turkey project. As we see, industry participants told that when you digitalize a sector, it's very good for the data, producing data. But also there is a curse in that, because digitalization has makes the big players into the game. So big platforms or global companies has the data, so you cannot easily access to that data. But I think as the black market, diminishing the black market, or maybe clustering or quantifiable data, producing quantifiable data, I think digitalization is the most key issue in providing more data for our creative industries sectors.
Any notes on that? Any of you? If not, then I want to get another question, and for the sake of keeping the time, I will have to cut it a little shorter this time. Simai Dinch says, congrats on your women empowerment program in gaming industry. Could you please share one of the tailor-made program on that?
Okay, so as you may know, this is a especially sensitive question for the gaming industry because it is infamous, let's say, for its bro culture, and there have been numerous, let's say, Me Too related scandals in some of the bigger global companies over the past years. So we are doing it kind of continuously, supporting our ladies in terms of when we organize programs, we try to have, close to 1/2 of the participants being women, or also, other, let's say, minority groups. We are very inclusive and open in that sense. And then every March we have a specific program that I mentioned, SGA Empowers. We choose one day where we organize a set of activities. So it basically starts with some workshops for high school girls, students in game design. Then in the middle of the afternoon we have kind of a master class for ladies who are already working in our gaming companies, and usually we have a more experienced coaches coming from abroad as well, or from the region. And then in the evening we kind of present it all together and organize a panel with a couple of representatives of ladies working in the Serbian game dev companies. What we are also planning to do together with the European network EGDF is also to devise a project especially focused on diversity on a European level, and we are hopefully going to work with Women in Games organization that has its ambassadors all around Europe, including Serbia as well. And Marija Ilić, our president of the board, is also a lady. She's also Women in Games ambassador. So these are just some of the activities, and we are definitely going to continue to pursue this path.
Okay. Do you have any final notes?
I just shortly can answer one question. Yes, when we included textile industry when we were researching the fashion design sector. So yeah.
Okay.
May I answer the question? The last question, I think, is
yes.
pointed for me.
Yes, please.
Yes. Firstly, it's my interpretation in current situation of Turkey, not about idealistic situation on creative industries. I think research and development is also very important for creative industries. And I want to emphasize that as an example, United Kingdom has an Arts and Humanities Research Council, has a separate department for creative industries, if I am not wrong, and funding research on that area. But in Turkey, we think like that. Creative industries or creative economy is a good thing. So we don't need to research anything, any other topics in that area. We just need the support, and we just need to provide finances for the right institutions, so they will provide the right entrepreneurship. I just want to emphasize that. So we need in our country or any other country trying to develop creative economy in their context, we need to first understand what is needed in our context, which skills or which good areas or which weak areas. So we need to research that. I try to emphasize that. I know it's very important for creative industries.
Okay, thank you for this, and thank you for all the questions. Again, as I said, we need to be super punctual at this point. So I would like to say that I guess all of our three speakers here presented a quite nuanced picture for their own countries. I guess you said that it would be a very pessimistic picture, but
yes.
I see it as more nuanced, I guess.
Thank you.
I mean, let's start with my notes for you. I guess you said that the increase is quite impressive. However, the general picture is not as impressive as the increase in the creative economies, if I'm not mistaken.
No, general picture is very, very, very impressive, but it's made by osmosis, not by ourselves. We do not set any objectives and work towards that objective.
Mm-hmm.
It's happening by the sector only. And policymakers, if we are talking on policymaking issues in that panel, policymakers, I don't think if they have any kind of effect on that success. It's very limited, I think.
That is definitely a room for growth, in your opinion, for
Yes,
Turkish creative industries. And you said that more attention on research should
Yes.
be put, and we definitely have little attention on impact, you said, and more on intention is perhaps a good point to make here. And you said that we need to de-fetishize creative industries, which was an interesting point.
Yes.
And
Maybe,
you wanted to say something.
Maybe some people are not familiar with the concept, but it's a social sciences concept that if you use a part instead of a whole, it means that you are fetishizing that, and creative industry is very suitable for that approach. If you are in one sector, you can assume that your sector is the creative industries, but it's not very good for skill development because technologies are converging, and also skills are very agile.
Mm-hmm.
The people try to develop their skills through other sectors, and if we think all areas in their separate moments or their separate places, so we cannot develop skills in the creative industries. I try to state that.
Mm-hmm. Whereas for Elena, for Georgia, you said that you have a vibrant and diverse creative atmosphere in the country, and you have a rich tradition of creativity in your geography. However, there's lack of planning, lack of network, and a lack of awareness for the potential of creative industries. And you said that data is the first step. I mean,
like data was the first step, and finally we did this. So 1 month ago.
Although there is still room for growth for that as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And when it comes to Georgia, I guess it's advertising and fashion are the
advertising and architecture are the largest industries,
Architecture.
but fastest growing are film and video. And actually, I just wanted to say that the government program, cash rebate program, helped a lot to film and industry sector to grow because like lots of different international co-productions have been happening in Georgia. And this was a classic case of like government support, like influencing the increase of the industry. And fashion design in product exports. Yeah, it's
exports.
Yeah,
I guess. Yep. Whereas in, I think, Serbia, it is the gaming industry that is in highlights. And you, Ralia, I'm sorry, I said Ralja a few times, but now I realize it's Ralia. You mentioned the importance of transition from culture, entrepreneurship to creative industries. And you also said that artists and people, perhaps speaking as a journalist here as well, fear the notion of creative industries rather than creativity or some other usage of the term, I guess. So that was an interesting note for me. And of course, the finding out that gender balance in the gaming industry, Serbia holds the first spot with 35%?
30%, but probably also because our industry is relatively small. I mean, it would be very hard in Germany or France probably to reach this percentage because the number of employees is way higher. We have around 2,500 people working in the industry. But what I would highlight is actually the previous thing, and what the colleague mentioned is this also like a relationship between the part and the whole. So we have this issue even within the gaming industry, that some of the data that we are presenting in our report, and this needs to be taken into account when you are reading it, that maybe if we say 125 million euro is the annual turnover of the industry, it might be that there are actually two companies maybe pushing 30% of that total.
Okay.
So that is also one thing that can kind of be misleading. And then the other problem we have when we kind of zoom out is this kind of semantic trap of creative industries, culture, and so on, because different also, let's say, players in the ecosystem are using
they have their
now
different, of course.
Yeah, they are
ways
using
of
now the
approaching.
notion of
Yes.
creative industries
Absolutely.
for different needs, and I think for a lot of people it's very confusing, and I
Yes.
think this is pretty unfortunate.
I am definitely a witness to that. So, thanks so much for your presentations and for your questions. I guess this will be it for this session. We're going to give a very short break, a comfort break, and then we'll be back with our final and fourth session. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
begin our final and fourth session in a moment, so please kindly get seated and we continue exploring themes and highlights discussed in the morning via local, national and regional initiatives. This time we will be looking into the experiences and examples of work from Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan and Ukraine, and we'll try to provide an overview of the cultural and creative sectors in these countries, highlights, priorities and challenges, of course. Now, without further ado, I want to invite our speakers one by one to the stage. Ramil Abbakirov, I'm very sorry, Head of Department of Creative Industries and Digital Development, Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Azerbaijan. If you could kindly make it to the stage. Madina Badalova, Head of Education and Inclusive Division at the Art and Culture Development Foundation under the Cabinet Ministers of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Kairat Sadvakaso, Deputy Chairman, Kazakh Tourism. And Luisa Moroz, Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. Now, this is our final session, and if you could please keep your presentations to utmost 10 minutes so that I won't have to interrupt anyone's great speech here. So why don't we start with Ramil? Please. Clicker.
Thank you very much. Thank you a lot. It's my pleasure to be here today.
Can you please pass it? Clicker.
And my name is, as you mentioned, okay. My name is Ramil Abbakirov. I'm from the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Azerbaijan. And I'm the state official, as you can see from my outfit and from outfit of today's now, what we have this session. So we are all basically government officials. We are very different in general from creative people, but we are also trying to be creative in our daily work, mostly bureaucratic work. I decided not to do kind of a presentation, but just to speak and not to prepare a speech. Just to speak sincerely what we see from our point of view, from government point of view, and what kind of challenges we face, and to hear from you in forms of questions or maybe in forms of advice, how we can solve different kind of challenges that we face in our everyday lives. So as I said, I'm from the Ministry of Culture. I'm heading the Department of Creative Industries and Digital Development. And what I see from what I observe in terms of creativity is that it became a modern topic nowadays, but the creativity of people is not something new. This is what we always had, starting from the very beginning of existence of human race. That was the thing. The creativity was the driver of development, and creativity was the driver of new achievements that we achieved during the whole history of the mankind. And now, with the transformation that we face, with the huge amount of transformation changes that we face in our world today, the creativity actually is also changing. The forms of creativity that we experience, that we see, are also changing, and that changes our daily lives. So the latest changes are in relation with the COVID pandemic, changed our life in such a short period of time and so drastically that we don't believe now that we can participate in kind of face-to-face meetings, and that became a different habit for us. And so in this transformational world, in the world that the speed of transformation is accelerating, it's not only the transformation that's happening, its speed is accelerating. What we as the government can do to support the creativity of people. So here I want to say shortly what we do as the government of Azerbaijan. we have set, first time in our history, a strategy paper. The paper is the vision of Azerbaijan for 2030, and within this strategy paper is the first time in our history that we have creative industries as an official term. It means that the government in our country recognizes the creative industries as the industry. It is well, that looks very simple to achieve, but actually that was a challenge for us. Some other achievements that we also had during this period of time was the creation of Creative Industries Federation. We decided that this federation should be out of the government, so it should be not a non-government organization. And during the short period of time that this federation existed, the head of which is Mr. Vasif is in front of us, the federation achieved a lot of many achievements, many goals, and now they are here with us in order to promote our policy and also in order to network with all of these other countries. We also, what is the important thing, I think, we also, it was mentioned before by the representative of Kyrgyzstan, that the most important thing in terms of development of creative industries is setting up the dialogue between different parties. That is the major challenge for many post-Soviet countries, because there is a mistrust between the society and the government. That is the challenge that we face. There is a lack of trust. And where there is, and if there is no dialogue, this lack of trust is getting even bigger. And what we aim, and what we, I think, partially achieved, is building the dialogue between different sides, different players of the creative industries. And what are the challenges? So basically, this is what was like achievements that we have during this period of time. But I also want to focus on challenges that we, as the government, as the country, face in this regard. The big challenge for us is the scale of the market. So when we talk about the creative industries, we are here all together, but we represent different countries. And if, for example, for such a country as Turkey with around 70-80 million population, our country is only 10 million population. And in order for creative industries to be successful, our creative people should not only create, but also adapt to bigger markets. Let's say create in English, or create in Turkish, or in other languages. That is a major challenge for small countries as Azerbaijan. And some other challenges also we have with the statistics. I think statistical data is very difficult for us to get. And we do develop mechanisms, but in some cases we normally take the official mechanisms such as the UNESCO CDIS, that is a Culture Development Indicators mechanism, but it's also very difficult to adapt it to local standards, I would say. That's a major, also a big challenge for us. And then, also I think it's important to also pinpoint this kind of challenges, like which are maybe not popular to speak about. One of them is, for example, the standard of living of people. Like in order for people to understand that creativity, their creativity, can be beneficial from economic point of view, they need to first solve, in many cases, solve the basic problems that they have, like some simple problems of daily living, And in many cases, also in Azerbaijan, we had this kind of problem coming from 1990s. We had a huge amount of refugees. And for them, in order to think about creativity, the first thing they have to do is think about life, you know, to solve the basic needs of life, to know where to live, at least. So that's a very, very basic question. I think in some other countries, as for example, nowadays we see it in Ukraine. So that's very important question, and that's a very big challenge for the country, for the government, to push people to the creativity, but also knowing that in some cases they have a very difficult life. And also I think in many, mostly for Soviet countries, we have the kind of problem which is a business approach to creativity. We have like unbelievably creative people who create very beautiful products, but cannot sell them. You know, that's a huge thing, because where it comes from? It comes from mostly from Soviet period of time, when the creativity was also stately owned, and then people are now like waiting, thinking about not getting, let's say, international audience, but they are thinking about getting the medal of people, artists from the government. You know, that's a very, very big question.
Mr. Bakirov,
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I just want to remind you that you're at 9 minutes, so you just have a minute
All right.
left. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Basically, this is what I wanted to say, and I will be happy to participate in discussions. But I think that in general, in facing the problems of the creativity, we have to ask these very difficult questions, and ask them from all the sides of this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Madina Badalova, could you please talk us through your experience in Uzbekistan?
Thank you very much. Yes. Well, I represent here the Arts and Culture Development Foundation under the Cabinet of Ministers of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Thank you all for having us here, and to the organizers of this important event. First of all, I would like to present the Arts and Culture Development Foundation, which is okay. We are quite a new entity. We've been launched in 2017 by the initiative of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. So as my colleague said, we are the state institution, but we also have some philanthropy funding apart from the government and budgetary funding. Our mission has been formed throughout the last 5 years, depending on the needs of the country. There are sometimes questions like, what is the Ministry of Culture and what is the Arts and Culture Development Foundation, because you kind of like do the same thing. We do a bit of a different thing. So, So the Arts and Culture Development Foundation was launched with the main mission of carrying on the diplomatic relations. Apart from domestic projects, we have a wide range of international projects. So starting 2017, we've launched big projects in the field of architecture. So these include the first Center of Contemporary Arts in Uzbekistan, the State's Art Museum, the architect of which is Tadeo Ando, the famous architect. Also French Cultural Center, artist residencies in the old neighborhoods of Tashkent, and several other architectural projects. So abroad, we've been carrying on a bunch of big exhibitions. One of them is the first launch of the National Pavilion of Uzbekistan at Venice Biennial in 2021. So this year we launched our second one, and the next ones are upcoming. So the foundation is commissioning the National Pavilion. Also, just a few days ago, we've opened two big exhibitions, one at the Louvre Museum and the other one is in the Institut du Monde Arabe in Paris. Also, we work a lot with the domestic projects, and throughout these years we kind of became the center for supporting and developing new talent, new knowledge and employment opportunities for young artists and in the field of cultural sector as a whole. We have created a first of its kind laboratory for young students and young emerging artists. So the laboratory operates under the Center for Contemporary Arts. We provide different opportunities for emerging artists. It's lectures, workshops, participation in different international events. Particularly some of our artists, they participated at the first National Pavilion of Uzbekistan. We do provide them the access to work with very famous curators. So this is kind of the way to support them. And also sometimes we carry on different activities in order to kind of enhance their skills in getting into the international market and understand how they can actually participate at the fairs. So one of the big projects that we are launching soon is the project space for the young artists where they could actually present their works, because we've been working many years and we've been participating at different fairs as an institution just presenting its activities, but starting next year we want to also represent the artists in the international art fairs. One of the projects that we are very proud of is the launch of World Conference on Creative Economy in 2024 in Uzbekistan. That's kind of a big initiative that we've been kind of watching and trying to prepare for many years. As we have lots of different projects internationally, we do see that this is a way of organic development of the creative industry within the country. So as I usually speak to my colleagues, and I understand that there are people who say, oh, there is no creative industries in Uzbekistan. No, there is. It has been developing. It has been existing. It's just no one actually gave the definitive kind of understanding of what it is. So it's, in my understanding as a government institution, it doesn't matter if the government will or will not support this area. It will exist anyways, but what the government can do, we can just kind of push it and make this development happen faster. So we can provide different policy interventions. We can provide the access to kind of business tools. We can ease the procedures for legal and other forms of registration of the businesses. And we see the World Conference on Creative Economy as a kind of a tool for us and a way of creating this roadmap that will allow us to have Uzbekistan on the creative map of the world and tell the world that we have a lot to share, we have a lot of experience in this, and we see ourselves as being able to kind of integrate something culturally important for the world scene, and at the same time gain a lot of experience from our foreign partners who will be also participating in this conference. So nowadays we are working closely with UNCTAD. We are in contact with our Indonesian colleagues in order to understand which direction specifically we want to take for our country, because as most of you probably know, the World Conference is a way of creating this roadmap and affecting this roadmap by integrating the cultural how do you say it? The cultural key aspects of each country. So if for some country it's tourism, for another one it's food, for us it's also another sector which is very important. So in this sense I would like to show a short video. If it's possible you could turn it on. It's very short, so I'm still within my limits. Thank you so much. What you can see from this video is it kind of represents what we envisioned for the roadmap, for our own roadmap. So we see that there is a lot of crafts, there's a lot of cultural aspects like traditions that we have, and we see creative industries as a tool of developing these areas. As my colleague told just now, there are so many craftsmen, there are so many people who do something with hands, but they don't know how to accelerate their business skills. So we see this conference as an opportunity to create these practical steps towards that. This is the very short kind of plan that we have for now in order to move on to the main activity that we will have in September 2024, for which I hope that most of you will join. So, of course, it's the identifying the key definition of the creative industries within Uzbekistan and in Central Asia as a whole. Also, create the activities that will help us to have practical development of creative industries, create the community of the Friends of Creative Economy, identify the champions and ambassadors in that field, also the field that could culturally represent the creative industries and many others. So what I would really hope for is these kind of initiatives. They will help us, to get more networking, and we would be really open to any suggestions, any partnerships, whoever wants to help us achieve this goal in 2024. And yes, if there are any questions, I'm here for you. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, again, if you have questions, you know where to go and how to do it by now. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now I want to turn to Kairat Sadvakasov, Deputy Chairman, Kazakh Tourism.
Thanks, Elif. Good afternoon, everybody. Can I have a clicker, please?
Yeah. Yes, sure. It is. Yes, there you go.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, British Council, first of all, for putting together such a great event. Thanks for having me here. Well, based on my attire, I guess you already guessed I'm a government official, just like Ramil mentioned, except for my socks probably, so trying to be creative here. You know what, listening to all of our colleagues here, I realize we're kind of following the same path. We're experiencing the same issues, the same challenges, and similarly with Azerbaijan or with Uzbekistan, there are same aspirations, I guess, we are hoping to achieve. Same endeavors, but we have several, I guess, local nuances, local aspects that are a little bit different. So before I jump into my presentation, I'd like to honor the host country. I'm sure you know Korkut Ata, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, all the Turkic world. You know this ancient poet, philosopher who lived back in the 10th century. So he was struggling the whole of his life trying to crack the secret of immortality. So he gave up at the end and came up to a conclusion that the only thing that will help you to stay immortal is through serving people through arts. So I think this is very crucial in our Turkic cultures and I guess across the world, because it's such a universal language that we all share. And one of the reasons why we tapped into creativity, into creative industries so late comparing to, let's say, Georgia. For instance, we are probably at the stage where Georgia was back in 2017, based on what Elena was sharing with us. But one of the reasons is because I guess we are the closest country out of all of the former USSR countries to Russia, and we had a greater influence comparing to Uzbekistan or Azerbaijan. So we have been preoccupied with actually reviving our own culture, our own languages, religions, and so on, because back in the day, 40 years ago, we were quite suppressed in terms of when it came to experiencing our religion, using our language on a daily basis, and so on. So I guess now it's the right time. So it's never too late. So we're here right now embracing creative industries, and here's the state of affairs as of 2020. That's the most recent complete data that I can share with you as of now. Over the past 4 years, 2016 through 2020, creative economy generated $2 billion US, and we're looking at 52 different types of economic activities. Okay? Surprisingly, 18% of all the types of economic activity yield the highest tax receipts, 80%. So the leaders are arts, architecture, and IT. We have around 300,000 people employed, but just like Danyar mentioned, I'm sure there are more people because 80% of the people engaged in the industry are freelancers. A lot of people are kind of in the shadow, in the gray economy. So the total output right now, the input into GDP is around 3%. But once again, we believe it's a little bit more. But the good thing, creative industries, if we look at the gross value add, it is growing much faster than the average across other industries. So one of the interesting facts that out of almost 40,000 different SMEs registered or labeled as creative economies, they are working in Almaty, which is the former capital of Kazakhstan, one of the biggest metropolises of the country. But out of the variety, out of all these 52 different types of activities, the government has been recognizing only 2 industries, or 2 sectors, I should say, in the creative industries. One of them is being IT or ICT, and the other one is film industry. So if you look at the Astana IT hub, which is located in the capital, in a beautiful area, occupying 22,000 square meters, great spaces. So this IT hub is offering a special tax regime and special visa regime for IT workers, offering unprecedented tax incentives, completely zero waived taxes for corporate, for individual income tax, social tax, or whatsoever. So over the 3 years that they've been existing, the IT hub helped to save $51 million US in taxes for this 800 plus companies working now in Astana, Almaty, or the city of Karaganda, because it's kind of exterritorial arrangement. So you don't have to be present in Astana, but you can register with the hub and keep working in other destinations. The other sector is film industry. So these 2 industries, having said that they've been recognized with the government, they have proper, more or less proper infrastructure. They have a separate law. They have some rebate or tax incentives. So with film industry, it's mostly in Almaty. We have Kazakh Film, a studio which was relocated during World War II back in 1940s, and it's a nice area in the city center, occupying 14.5 hectares area with 2 full-fledged film studios. Then it's Kazakh Cinema, which is essentially a foundation that provides funding for so-called national films, which either somehow depict the history of Kazakhstan or race, patriotism, and so on. And we do have a less informal semi-private fund, Salem Social Media. Salem means hi in Kazakh language, very popular, just like aloha or namaste. So very catchy in Kazakhstan. And it's a less formal fund, offering pretty much the same amount of funding, but mostly for digital series, for other types of shows. It doesn't have to be patriotic. It has to be very catchy and easy to sell. So this platform managed already to sell some of their products to streaming platforms in Russia and in Korea. And as kind of a segue to filming industry, and this is to the issue of trying to find our own niche, we realized that Kazakhstanis are really good in actions. I guess that's a tribute to our nomadic past. We've been warriors for so many years. We've been very good in equestrian kind of techniques, and a lot of people are really fond of martial arts. We're not good in group sports. Like you don't see a Kazakh team playing in higher leagues of basketball or hockey or even football. but you see a lot of UFC fighters. We have a lot of boxing Olympic champions and so on. And I think my colleagues from USSR would attest, because it was kind of a big narrative for men back in the day to be engaged in martial arts. So a lot of these people, I mean, there's only one Conor McGregor, and probably not all of them will succeed. But what do they have to do? 20, 30 years ago, they would be either teachers of physical training at school, or they would join mafia, or both sometimes. But things have changed, so what do? Probably they should go and do some stunts. So we have these nice examples, Action Studio Kundo and Nomad Stance. So Nomad Stance, they help to set these actions and different scenes for battle scenes for Mulan movie in 2020, Marco Polo BBC series, 47 Ronin, and other award-winning movies. So we really think it's a niche that we have to follow. Another kind of spin-off from the filming industry. You know, TikTok is such an obsession in the country. It generates, only in Kazakhstan, 64.5 billion views on TikTok. Kazakhstan alone. 36 new videos uploaded only from Kazakhstan on a monthly basis. And that's all from TikTok data. And Kazakhstani people spend 1.5 hours in TikTok daily. That's the official data from TikTok. I mean, it's such an obsession, and we cannot help but embrace this. So you see Ministry of Education officially onboarding TikTok in its educational programs. And what we did, we're working with TikTok Academy, and we're throwing just this month this educational platform. And we engaged movie celebrities from Kazakhstan to actually teach them online via TikTok, and then they would do their homework, post it on TikTok, and based on that, it's kind of a challenge. We will select the winners and then do some real projects in filming with them.
Sir,
so,
I hate to be this person
really,
and interrupt
it's
a
9
very
minutes already.
interesting
Okay,
presentation, but your time is actually up, so yeah.
Okay, so just very briefly, apart from that, we're trying ourselves in digital fashion. We have some people that already partook in New York New York Fashion Week, or placed their characters on the NFT time marketplace. Of course, artisans and handicrafts, they're trapped in cross-sectoral or intersectoral misunderstanding, because when it comes to actually making something with their own hands, it's Ministry of, let's say, light production, and when it comes to selling, it's Ministry of Trade, and when it comes to selling to tourists, it's Ministry of Culture and Sports and Tourism. So we're trying to help them, of course, with different contests and capacity building, and just recently one of the cities in the south was enlisted to World Craft Citizen 2022. And basically our vision is to come up with a foundation, just like with Uzbekistan, to help to search for talents, to accelerate them and get them ready for exports. And of course, when it comes to financing mechanisms, that's one of the issues we were experiencing. We would like to create a state-owned venture capital fund. And speaking of creative hubs, that's one of the challenges of creative industries. We would like to convert former industrial plants that are no longer intact, or some cultural buildings or convention centers, into creative hubs. This particular building, a pyramid, was designed by Sir Norman Foster from the UK, and it's a convention center. We'd like to convert this into a creative hub too. So our next steps are legal issues. You have to identify what creative industries are. We've been struggling with deputies of parliaments, fighting on what it actually is. Every beaver is an engineer, as you know. So there was a huge dispute whether it's a product of intellectual property or creative activities and so on. So we're into the stage. Next year on, we'll have a foundation, a separate act on creative industries, and that's pretty much it. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. We're now 2 minutes into your time, I guess, but you have your presentation, Luisa Moros, Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. Now the floor is yours. Curious to hear what you have to say.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luisa, and I have been working at the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine for almost 5 years. And I have seen the boom of creative industries and their institutions. I have seen pandemic, crisis, and post-pandemic recovery. And creative industries, despite all the troubles, have always been there, supporting, encouraging, inspiring, and comforting us. Through thick and thin, they have been making Ukraine a more vibrant, colorful, peaceful, and European country to live in. However, the war changed everything. In 2014, when Russians occupied a Ukrainian city of Donetsk, they took a large creative hub, isolation, and turned it into torturing facilities, into a prison. There is another event recently that really struck me. So in 2022, when Russians retreated from Bucha, it's a town not far from Kiev, the capital, they mined a piano of a 10-year-old girl. So they did it deliberately with a cold head. They put a mine inside. They arranged the awards back, knowing that it was a room of a small girl. Luckily, parents, when they were back, they noticed that the order of the awards was different, and the catastrophe was prevented, but only this time. In all other occupied territories of Ukraine, everything that is creative is being destroyed right now. So the full-scale invasion jeopardized the very existence of creative industries in Ukraine. It killed them where Russia remained state for too long. And I believe that creative industries can survive the toughest economic crisis, but there is one thing that eradicates them totally, and that is the absence of freedom. Because freedom is the key to creativity, innovation, competition, and therefore creative industries cannot exist in autocratic country. So there is only one way to ensure the future of creative industries in Ukraine, to save the war, to win the war, and to secure Ukraine's freedom. And our creative industries in Ukraine understand it perfectly well, and they have been participating in the national resistance since the first days of the full-scale invasion. First, they are the medium, a very important medium to convey Ukrainian messages and narratives to foreign audiences and share the truth through memes, videos, designs, songs, and other creative content. This military conflict is called a smartphone war because our military success and the assistance provided by our allies largely depends on our information success. So there have been a lot of grassroots, self-organized initiatives that are producing actually this creative content. And for example, our Ministry of Defense uses some of the memes in their official Twitter account to mock Russian soldiers. International campaign Be Brave Like Ukraine, visits of Hollywood stars to Ukraine, and the release of some of the Azovstal prisoners couldn't have been possible without the efforts of our creative professionals. So Ukraine is winning this social media war. We also have an IT army, more than 200,000 common users, common Ukrainians, helping to take down Russian digital infrastructure and financial services. Second, creative industries keep working and exporting even in the darkest hour, even during the blackouts. For example, during the first 8 months of 2022, IT exports has increased by 23% as compared to the same period last year. Also, creative businesses started producing items for our Ukrainian army, such as like uniforms, army boots, and even bulletproof vests. And such projects as Spent with Ukraine and Made with Bravery encourage foreign audience to buy more Ukrainian goods and services, and they also raise funds for our victory. And third, many Ukrainian creative professionals have actually joined the army. And these are our best people, the smartest ones, the most talented ones, the brightest ones. And we lose our best people. Yesterday, for example, Vadim Kupianets, who was an artist in the National Operetta Theatre of Ukraine, died. He was 26 years old, and he was a creative professional, and he died. And PEN Ukraine updates the list of people of culture taken away by the war, and that's the most painful thing to look at. Before the full-scale invasion, creative industries in Ukraine were a dynamic sector that amounted to 4.2% of our GDP. But when invasion started, the total number of taxpayers in creative industries decreased by 60%, and the declared income dropped by 41%. 37% of creative professionals lost their jobs. Revenues that are lost due to the disruption of the value-added chains in creative industries amount to $1 billion monthly. So brain drain, stagflation, and disruption of all the chains, that are the problems, that are the issues that we are facing right now. And at the same time, the state budget was reallocated to support the army. So we were in a situation when we didn't have enough funds to support specifically our creative industries. Of course, there were certain schemes to provide immediate financial assistance to unemployed workers, including in creative sectors, but it was not enough. So close cooperation with development partners is one of the main ideas that underpins Ukraine's recovery plan. And there were two main priorities at the beginning: to preserve employment and to help creative businesses to resume their activity, to keep working and producing creative goods and services. And our international partners helped us by providing grants, immediate financial assistance, scholarships, and direct equipment support, and also study opportunities and residences for Ukrainian creatives abroad. So, as you can see, there are many parties to the Ukrainian recovery plan that are already implementing necessary measures. So it's not a purely governmental plan. And the level of cooperation between international donors and the Ukrainian cultural sector is decentralized and really horizontal. But in the long term, the trajectory, the Ukrainian recovery trajectory, needs to be focused on economic liberalization. But currently, as you can see, the Ukraine's recovery plan is also very dynamic. So currently there is a debate and discussion on how exactly this economic liberalization should look like in terms of tax policies, labor policies, monetary policies. And these policies should take into account Ukraine's future accession to the European Union and the increased governmental spending during and after the war. However, whatever the liberalization path of Ukraine looks like, the working group identified main pillars to help Ukrainian creative industries to recover and grow. So these are pillars like leverages to which we can apply our resources and amplify the effect. And one of the first pillars, very important one, is education, because we are losing our people and there is brain drain, but also our creative professionals accessed new markets when the war started, so it requires new competencies. And education is crucial in this process. So we've been thinking about schemes for establishing closer ties between universities and creative businesses, about boosting the entrepreneurial skills of Ukrainian creative professionals, about the development of policy-making skills in creative industries, and the British Council was really supported in this regard. And in the long term, we are also thinking about launching a creative backpack program, which would allocate state funding for the trips of school students to different parts of Ukraine, where they can get acquainted with contemporary creative professions and practices. So the second very important pillar is the capacity building of our institutions. And by institutions, I don't necessarily mean like formal and official institutions. The war has shown that the cultural landscape of Ukraine is very diverse. We have a lot of NGOs, creative hubs, emergency schemes, local and regional agencies, and they are really close to the markets. They know their markets, and they can help them without with less bureaucratic burden. And they have shown amazing resilience under present circumstances. And this resilience should be strengthened, and their capacity should be enhanced during and after the war. So we are talking about project management, financial management, grant management, government relations, digitalization, cross-sectoral cooperations with these institutions to build their capacity, improve their capacity. But also it's important to, regarding our formal institutions that were deprived of state funding since the beginning of the war, such as the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation, the Ukrainian Book Institute, it's also important to keep them going, because institutionalization is the key to success when it comes to creative industries. Third, we're talking about targeted instruments for businesses to address possible market asymmetries and market failures. Targeted instruments that would be tied to particular key performance indicators. So we have a special package in mind that would include, for example, reimbursement of rental expenses for Ukrainian creative enterprises, such as fashion and design brands in malls, in shopping centers. We're thinking about grant support for Ukrainian stands and booths at the international fairs and exhibitions and events, about support in establishing new business supply and demand chains, such as export promotion, trade missions, B2B meetings and platforms that would help them to access new markets in a more effective manner. And finally, grant support for R&D, innovation, high-tech in creative industries, and also cross-sectoral projects, because creative industries, as we believe, will also be important in our collective mental health and well-being after the war. There is another important pillar, which is infrastructure. So at the moment, there are more than 500 cultural facilities destroyed by Russian attack in Ukraine. And of course, they should be rebuilt, reconstructed. But we also need to build new cultural sites, such as creative hubs, such as concert halls, to create a more sustainable setting for creative industries development. Before the war, we did research with the Kiev School of Economics that has shown that when we invest in infrastructure, so capital investment are more effective than investment in consumption. So the multiplier is much bigger in this case. So it's important that investments in infrastructure, they not only are relevant in economic terms, but they also create spaces for the exchange of ideas, and they're important in content creation sense. And finally, it is very important for Ukraine to continue the internalization and globalization of the Ukrainian culture, given the fact that we have now a lot of creative professionals abroad that establish new partnerships that create content in cooperation with their foreign counterparts. So diaspora culture, collaboration of the Ukrainian creatives with foreign artists, digitalization and translation of the Ukrainian creative content are crucial to make our culture available to foreign audiences. So I think that creative industries confirm the civilization path that Ukraine has chosen, because creative industries can exist only in a free country. And creative industries and their situation right now show that Ukrainians are fighting for their culture, for their state, for their identity, but at the same time for the fundamental human norms and values. And we cannot fight alone. We need your help. So help us to promote Ukrainian culture and creative industries abroad. Buy Ukrainian goods and services. Spend with Ukraine. Call your Ukrainian partners and ask them whether they need assistance with supply, logistics, manufacturing, and other aspects. And add any targeted donation to support particular cultural initiatives would also be much appreciated. So today, and tonight specifically, it's high time for policymakers in culture and in economy all over the world to show commitment to the true meaning of creative industries, namely the measure of freedom and democracy. Thank you. Героям слава!
Thank you, Mrs. Moros, for this moving presentation. I'd like to say now, very quickly, we're moving on to the questions, and I will try to take a few of them, if time permits a little bit more. The question that is the most popular is to you, Marina. How do you select artists in Uzbekistan whom you support? Are your programs widely advertised and accessible to all who qualify?
Specifically for the artists, as I mentioned, we did launch this laboratory for the young artists 2 years ago. So the laboratory under the Center for Contemporary Arts, it's been working for 2 years now. Each year the curatorial team of the laboratory changes, so that we try to, it's usually a group of 20 different artists, from 20 to 25. And what we do not require from them is to have a specific artistic education or a specific academic background in the fields of arts. These are the people who have the passion to grow, they have the passion to learn, they have ambitions. So we've been promoting them within different kind of projects that we've held. We do work with the artists from Uzbekistan. Specifically, we've done, in 2019, we launched the first exhibition in a pilot mode in the Center for Contemporary Arts of Sadat Ismailova, who is very well known abroad. We also work with local artists. We very recently made a kind of domestic but very nice initiative with the young artists in the 139 documentary related to the ecology problems. So we do work a lot with young artists, and it doesn't really depend on whether they are with a name, whether they are well known or not, because we envision ourselves as the kind of, we have the mission to support the artists who are emerging, not specifically with a big name and not specifically with the academic background, because they need that support. Mm-hmm. And being a foundation, not only a government institution, but also as a foundation that we are not specifically as the Ministry of Culture, we have kind of more capacity and more opportunities to, for example, if the Ministry of Culture cannot participate at the fair, we can. So we can promote the young artists, we can provide them with our contacts, so we can anyhow, help them and support them domestically and abroad as well.
Thank you. Another question that is becoming very popular is to Luisa. How can we, as your fellow neighbor policymakers, support Ukraine in your recovery trajectory for the creative industries, coming from Emre Erbirer.
Okay, if you want to have a specific and direct project, you can contact me, because we have a lot of projects and initiatives currently going on. But I'd say that from your place and position nowadays, it would be really great if you could keep promoting Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian creative industries abroad, establishing partnerships with your Ukrainian counterparts, because that shows Ukraine in the world, not just as a victim that suffered from the war, but as a very unique culture with its original creative industries, and that's the message that we want to convey to the world. And of course, you can always donate to United 24. That's our national fundraising platform. And later, these funds are distributed to the most urgent needs, including in cultural sphere. But again, there are a lot of opportunities from spreading the Ukrainian content directly and immediately to more elaborated options, communicating with your partners. If you have some specific projects in mind, we are open to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think I will be getting one last question, or almost two. One last question, let's say. So how can Central Asian governments work together to accelerate progress, given lots of challenges are the same? Why don't I direct this question to you?
Thank you. If we look even to prehistoric times, it always took a third party or a third country to have Central Asian states work together. Back in the Silk Road times, it was China and Iran. So we were kind of an intermediary on this ancient trade route. Later on, it was, as you all know, Russia that put us together in the Soviet Union, so we were working together, because before or in between, we're always fighting. So it was very difficult challenge, and I think we're still experiencing this now. We're no longer fighting, but it's some sort of a competition happening, and every time I get a chance, when we speak to international donors and organizations, I tell them, hey, USA, why don't you initiate this joint branding program between Central Asian states, because otherwise it's not happening. I'll give you a great example. JICA, Japanese International Development Program, united us together under one pavilion at the Japan Tourism Forum in September. And the only condition was all the 5 stands, 5 countries, you come together under one umbrella of the Silk Road. And we give you for free the pavilion and everything else, the booths. So it worked out really well. So I guess we still need someone from outside to help us work together. But I think we do have all this potential. It's a high time to really start. And we work with Uzbekistan on numerous tourism-related initiatives, such as Silk Road Transborder Tour. We finally worked with Kyrgyzstan on a hiking tour connecting Big Almaty Lake and Istikur Lake, which is a 3-4 days tour across beautiful gorges of Tian Shan Mountains. And I guess the first creative industries project that should unite us will be the World Crafts Creative Industries Forum in 2024. So we're happy to start working on that one.
Very good. Okay.
May I also respond to this?
Sure, of course.
Azerbaijan is not a Central Asian state, but I think it's important to note that we are actually witnessing a very different period of time when there is a new normal which is being actually designed in our region in general. And all these things that are happening in the wider region are interconnected. What is happening in Ukraine, what is going on in our states. I think that we are going to find ourselves in some years in a position where we have to rely on ourselves and join our forces to actually develop in many terms, and also in creative industries. I think what we have to do in terms of regional development, we have to find out and design new platforms that unite our countries. And countries that are here, I think we have to work out and also cooperate on different levels. I think from political point of view, there is a strong willingness to cooperate, and also we have to take the businesses and also take people-to-people contacts out of this political will, and bring new platforms, new chances for our industries and also creative industries to cooperate. And in this regard, I'm personally also would like to thank the British Council, which is learning with us and which is making us learn, and which is, I think, learning together with us and supporting all of our countries in this endeavor, which is very important. And I think that we are in the right track. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess that is a good note to end it with. And the conversation, I believe, is coming in full circle, because I am reminded, and I believe we're all reminded of, once again, about the nature of the creative industries here. Many challenges of these countries are the same. However, of course, there are context-specific issues as well that you have to come up with your own solutions. So again, another stress on local, national, and international policies. They're all needed. They're all interwoven together. They go hand in hand, and they need to be in harmony. Is, I guess, the bottom line here at this final session we had. Thanks so much to all of you for your very valuable words. As I perhaps have you back on your seats, and we get ready for the keynote session, because we're finishing off today very soon. Now for our, thank you. For our keynote speech, I would like to invite someone who is a leading figure in the creative economies globally, an international speaker and writer on creativity, an experienced leadership mentor, and an experienced leader, of course, who was awarded an OBE for services to creative industries and the arts in 2015. And he is the chair of the PEC's International Advisory Council. You all very well know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about John Newbigin. Sir, could you please kindly make it to the stage?
Thank you, Elif. What kind of a keynote to give after that session? If any of us were under any illusion that economy and society don't go together, what happened in that last session demonstrates how closely they are related. Any form of economic activity has an impact on the society. And what we're discussing today, a creative economy, which is growing, is having a growing influence on societies around the world. So I don't want to spend the next 20 minutes, I promise you I will not be more than 20 minutes, talking about summing up what's happened during the day in a sense, but I think to try and draw a few lessons out of what we've been talking about today would be useful. And of course we've heard about the war in Ukraine and the impact that that has on culture and creative economy, but all of us are experiencing different kinds of stress and challenge because of climate change, because of COVID, because of a coming global recession, or certainly a slowdown in the global economy. What is the response of culture, creativity, and the creative economy to all these challenges? 5 years ago, certainly 10 years ago, we could not possibly have had a conference like this. There would not be a sufficient bulk of understanding and enthusiasm and activity going on in the cultural sector anywhere in the world, certainly not in this part of the world, to be able to have the kind of discussion that we've had today. So why is that? Why is the creative economy growing? And there's a number of reasons for that, it seems to me. And you could say it's now growing again despite COVID. You could also say it's growing again because of COVID. And by that I mean the pandemic, I think, made everybody realize that culture is a hugely important part of the infrastructure of all our societies. And therefore, it's made governments and it's made civil society more aware of how important culture and creativity is. And if you think about the way people are responding to that, all of us want to have things that express our identity, whether it's clothes, whether it's the music we listen to, whether it's the kind of entertainment that we want, whether it's the kind of furniture we buy for our houses. We want to express our identity through cultural goods and services. And as education levels rise and incomes rise around the world, however slowly they may be doing that at the moment, people want to be able to express that more. So, of course, there is a growing desire for distinctiveness. And at a time when many international relations are becoming more fraught, celebrating our cultural distinctiveness is important. It doesn't have to be done in a hostile way, but we can be proud of who we are and we can exchange with other people. We like our cultural distinctiveness. And there's another issue as well, of course, which is that people want to be increasingly socially responsible in their buying habits because climate change becomes a reality. We visited a fashion house yesterday here in Istanbul where sustainability is at the core of what they do. And it's not just environmental sustainability, but it's social sustainability. People want to buy goods and services in a way that is socially responsible. So in all these ways, these are about demand. It's what an economist would call the demand side of the economy. But today we've been talking exclusively about supply, the supply side, the inputs, skills, finance, business support, marketing, and so on. So I want to focus just for a couple of minutes on the demand side, which is what we've not been talking about today. And demand is increasing for some of the reasons that I've just suggested. We can increase demand for creative goods and services in all kinds of quite simple ways. One is by being more creative in the way we market things. And Danny from Kyrgyzstan was telling me about a project run with the Japanese government in Kyrgyzstan a year or two ago, where identifying particular products from particular villages and towns in Kyrgyzstan, which might have potential in the Japanese market, were being designed, well, not being designed, but were being packaged and marketed by Japanese designers and marketeers to make them more accessible to a Japanese market. So I know this is a challenge. We were talking last year in Uzbekistan. The Japanese market should be a huge market for Japanese ceramics. But maybe there has to be some kind of intermediary that enables Japanese customers to understand better what are the qualities of the Uzbek manufacturer. So being more creative in the way we think about marketing can make a difference. On a slightly bigger scale, I think, we still think of video games as primarily about entertainment, but we also know that video games has got a huge impact in education. We heard about that today. Can have a huge impact in health. Can have a huge impact in traffic planning. Some of the SimCity software is being used to help traffic management in real cities. We can be more creative in thinking about the demand side of the creative economy, not just the supply side, in the way that we develop policies. But another way of thinking about it is governments, all our governments, spend a huge amount of money. And on what basis do they spend it? They spend it on what is cheapest. That's one definition of value for money. They spend it on giving the contract to the minister's friend. That's another way of thinking about value for money. But actually, however it's described, governments spend a lot of money. And smart governments around the world are beginning to realize that if they spend their money more wisely, more carefully, and look for creative responses to increasingly difficult situations, they can get better value for money. So again, we can increase the demand side of the creative economy by trying to encourage public services at national and local level to look for more creative solutions in the way they buy things. So that's another way in which we could grow demand. But of course, the real way we change demand is through education. And creative education enables people to develop a discriminatory attitude towards culture, to be better better customers, if you like, better consumers of culture by having a better understanding of art form, being able to understand and appreciate the creativity of other people, as well as exercising their own creativity. And it's an old adage, isn't it? You can't have sophisticated production if you don't have sophisticated consumption. Demand needs to be demanding. You know, we have great theatre in the UK because we have demanding theatre audiences. And it used to be a joke that we had terrible food in the UK because we didn't have demanding audiences. I remember being in Georgia a few years ago with a guy who was driving me from one town to the next, and we drove up some mountain road for miles and miles and miles. Where are we going? Because there's somebody in this village that makes, is it hachapuri? This kind of Georgian bread. And he said, this is the only man who knows how to make this kind of bread in this part of Georgia. So there's a man who is demanding about the kind of bread he has. He will make the baker produce good bread. If we have demanding audiences, the quality of our cultural experience changes. But the other dimension of that kind of demand, of course, is that somebody who has the ability to know what they want and know what they like is the kind of person who is going to be more inclined, probably, to think about the kind of society that they want to live in, to think about inclusivity, to think about diversity, to think about quality of life. So going back to some of the things that Louisa touched on, it does seem to me that creative societies thrive in open societies. It is very difficult to have real creativity in a closed society. So creative education and creative economy can help to drive more creative and open societies in all kinds of ways, not just necessarily in political ways, but in social ways, in all kinds of ways. But the point is that we mustn't just think about the creative economy in terms of supply, we need to think about it in terms of demand. And if we're going to think about it in terms of demand, we have to start with the education system, the kind of education system that we want for people who can be critical, self-critical, learn how to collaborate, learn how to distinguish between things that work and things that don't work, learn how to distinguish between things that are smart and things that are not smart. And that's not just a point about the politics of any society. It is a point about how we address climate change. It's a point about how we address urban intensification. You can only solve the problems of Istanbul if you have really creative thinking going on. So the fact there's a Vision 2050 for this city, the fact there's a development agency, the fact there's a planning agency, these are crucial parts, not just of having a nice to live in Istanbul, but having a livable Istanbul, full stop. So this business of engaging creativity in a much more embracing way than we're inclined to think, to really think about how we demand creativity, because the more we demand creativity, the more we create the kind of society which will be sustainable, inclusive, diverse, all the things that we've been talking about today that we know come with a creative economy and a creative society. So that's my little homily to end the day, not picking up on what we talked about today, but saying let's not, in developing policy, remember that it's not just about the inputs, it's not just about the finance and the skills and the markets, important though those things are. It's what we do with creativity. It's what we demand creativity does. Because for production to be quality, demand needs to be demanding. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for this insightful keynote speech. You've brought up a fresh perspective on top of all the important, significant issues that came forward in these hopefully stimulating conversations that took place here today. I really hope that you enjoyed them as much as I did, because there were a lot of info from 17 countries. We've seen how the theories, the action points from the report came into, case studies, turned into case studies. And that was really, I guess, eye-opening for a lot of people here. There's so much to say on them, case by case. And obviously the discussions could have gone much longer. But I guess now it is time to digest what we have heard today and what we have found out about creative industries today. And all our sessions are available to rewatch at British Council Turkey's YouTube channel. So I want to thank all of you for being here with us today. And I would like to kindly ask you to share your feedback with us via a very short evaluation questionnaire. How can you find it? It is available to be reached through the QR codes on the conference program sheets in this room. You may be able to find them. And it will be very important to hear what you have to say and what you thought of how the day went for you. Thank you to our brilliant translators as well, Seray Okan, Deniz Cebe, and our sign language interpreters, Nur Göksu Uzun, Özge Çiçek Atsız. What a great performance throughout the day. And I also want to thank Zorlu technical team and, of course, British Council for providing us with this amazing opportunity to come together, connect, and perhaps pave the way for possible collaborations. And I would like to thank our audience today, all of you, one by one, for being with us and for being so generous with your time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.